This stuff will make you a goddamn sexual tyrannosaurus, just like me.
You guys are all dirty, rotten coomers. Dirty, rotten cheaters. That's what you all are. I know it. Look at you. Anybody seen this new picture of Belle Delphine? You'll know why I used it if you know, you know. Yep. We're going to get into it. Let's talk about jealousy. Well, this show has everything today. Jealousy, cheating, and rage quitting in Australia. Coming up. Oh, yeah. A little bit less echo. Everybody hear me okay? We're all good? Yes, we are. Yeah, I'm going to do it right this time. I promise you. Boy.
Sometimes feel the same way. We could be in a relationship with a man who's gorgeous and he's posting shirtless tops on Instagram, and we feel like, oh, that, you know, that's a thirst trap, right? You're wanting attention. So why is it different? You just think it's okay for a guy to do it, but not okay for a girl to do it because you're territorial. We can be territorial too, but it goes back to my point.
The worst thing is a territorial woman.
But my point is that you just don't own someone. Like, your analogy about the car is way off, because that is something I've paid for and I own. In a relationship, I don't pay for it and I don't own the person.
Here's the thing: you're letting your feelings, right, get in the way of understanding.
I'm not. I'm thinking rationally. I'm really not.
Can I please finish my point?
You love saying that. You say that. That's a really a passive aggressive way of having a conversation. Not really, because I see what you're doing. I see right through it. But go ahead.
Here's the thing. I'm explaining to you how men view relationships. You might not like it. It might hurt your feelings. You might say, I'm not a piece of property or whatever, but with all due respect, fuck your feelings. This is
your feelings. I don't care about your feelings either. You're actually misogynistic and egotistical, and it's a kind of a concern the way you view relationships. Like you have ownership of women. Yeah, that's kind of how it's coming across.
When did we say we own women?
Yeah.
Flawless victory.
Yeah, man, I so wanted to be on this show. I so wanted to be a part of this. Thank you. I'm glad you like the new book. Yeah, we're going to talk about that a little bit. Man, there is so much going on right now. I had, let's see, Sammy's in the chat. Please play nice, and Sammy won't spike you. He won't hit you with the band hammer. Let's see. Oh, and by the way, Sam, if Torsia shows up, you can let her stay. That's fine. Let's see. Yeah. You're a dirty coomer today. Boy, man, today's going to have a lot we have a lot to cover. A lot of ground to cover, my friends. When I feel depressed, I got to listen to Rollo. Thank you. Oh, Sancho Bohemian. I need a theme song for my regular posters. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you. And what was that last one? Oh gosh, you guys are already bringing it, man. Oh Lord in heaven. I can't even get into this without having you guys already throwing a lot of super chats at me already. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Let's see. Okay, that's it. All right, good enough. All right. So what did I just play? Did you not see this? This was awesome. Today, we're going to actually pick this apart a little bit because it sort of dovetails in nicely to what I want to get into today. There's so much going on in this clip on Fresh and Fit. It was just I want to say it was Thursday. And they went on a terrestrial radio show. They still do those, actually, terrestrial radio. I know. I used to work with a guy who was a terrestrial radio show host. Maybe you heard of him. Anyways, so I thank you very much, my friends. Oh, Dominican Republic. You guys got some of the best food in the world, by the way, Dominican food. Latin food. I'm addicted to it now. I don't know. Cuban food's good too. I like that too. Dominican, what else is good? Puerto Rican food, man, I love that stuff. I gotta watch myself though. So anyways, this was a clip, one very brief clip amongst a lot of gems that were in this one. But this was I don't know the name of the show. What was it? Oh, damn it. It was right in the lead of this too. What was the name of the show?
I sometimes feel the same way. We could be in a relationship.
Oh, Kyle. I guess it was Kyle. Kyle and Jackie O. Anyway, I guess I'm presuming that was Jackie O on that show. And now this is a terrestrial radio show. I believe it is out of Sydney, Australia. It's either Melbourne or Sydney. I think I heard them say it was Sydney. I'm not really sure, but they had to go in and throw these guys under the bus. I mean, the whole thing going in was really, they just wanted some red meat. And Myron, to his credit, was actually pretty much on point the whole time. Now Myron's going to be Myron. And I can remember when Myron was, I can remember before the Frank Castling kind of thing really kind of took off as part of like a characteristic of the show. Myron's always been sort of like zero tolerance, zero kind of, nonsense kind of guy. He's a no nonsense kind of guy. So like if he doesn't take disrespect very lightly, let's just say. So, but he's not looking for it, but if it presents itself, he is going to be the guy who's going to go after it. Who is Belle Delphine? Belle Delphine. Oh, dude, look, my friend, you have Google just as well as I do, and I am in no way going to show you the original picture that I pulled that clip from for today's. Oh, by the way, this was. You know what? I got a big ups to Belle Delphine today. By the way, this girl. How old is Belle Delphine? I know she's in her mid-20s. But I guess she's got braces now, and that's the new hotness, man. I'm telling you, she knows her. I will say this: she knows her audience. I'll tell you exactly what that was about here in just a second. She came up on. It's actually on Twitter right now. I think I picked it up off of Twitter, but it's basically her with the pants pulled down, and there's like a big plastic turd on a bed, and of course she's trying to cash in on the Amber Heard / Johnny Depp thing. We talked about this on Rule Zero yesterday. Sorry, I had to bug out kind of early yesterday, but we are recording. My band Trial of Ascension is recording our newest, our 2022 EP, which will probably come out in the summertime. So I had to kind of bug out early, but we talked about the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp case. Now, I also wanted to point out here, I have the video. I was going to play it, but now I think I'm probably not, because it's kind of long and monotonous, but it's the psychologist who essentially diagnoses Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder. Thank you very much. Thank you. People are saying she's MPD. Yeah, she's probably MPD too. So, there's a lot of crossover when you're looking at personality disorder, narcissistic or borderline. So, I would argue that like Meghan Markle is probably NPD, whereas Amber Heard is most definitely BPD. She's and the thing about MPD, actually both, but really the thing about women with borderline personality disorder today is it gets I don't say misdiagnosed, but it is the symptoms or the diagnosis of it are so common in Western women today that it's kind of hard to put your finger on it to really say that's what it is. Yes, I saw that too. Histrionic personality disorder. Pick your personality to HPD, NPD, BPD. Here's who's got a PD. I got another PD for you. How many PDs do we need before we just say, you know what, bitch, be crazy? That's pretty much the diagnosis, and she's not getting out of this. And I'm glad to see it. I'm happy to see a defamation case actually go somewhere. The only time you see like libel, slander, and defamation cases actually pick up traction is when it's people who have a lot of money. And of course, we throw stupid allegations and cease and desist and this and everything around the internet right now. The fat kid in Brazil does it. Anthony Johnson does it. It's all empty threats. And I will tell you this is like, for as much as I have seen these legal, quote unquote, legal actions, my attorneys plural tell me they tell me this. They say, you know what? If you're getting like cease and desist orders, it's like sue me or STFU. That's pretty much what it is. Unless I see the actual injunction, unless I see the actual affidavit that says you're going to court on this day, then kindly just go F off, because that's what it comes down to. And how do I know this? Go look at the legal case that happened with what was it? Cardi B. Cardi B just won a defamation case not too long ago, and she did this because she paid for it. She didn't make any money off of it. Somebody was trolling her, one of her, fan trolls or fanboys or whatever. I think it was a chick, was essentially like, calling her out and just making up, just fabricating lie after lie. And I don't know whether it was a lie or wasn't, but I do know this is that Cardi B went to a lot of trouble and a lot of money to put this on this person. And it was that important. Now, that's why most attorneys don't take defamation. They don't take slander. They don't take libel unless there's something to be made off of it, or the client who wants to prosecute it has the money to pay the fees. And Cardi B, of course, does. So when I see stuff like that, I just kind of roll my eyes here and there. It's like, okay, whatever, But here we have a defamation case between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. And I'm looking at this, I'm going, oh, hot damn, I can't believe that this is actually going to go through. Well, yeah, of course it is. They both have like millions and millions of dollars to go after or to pay to hit. And so when Johnny Depp can't get work through Disney and Pirates of the Caribbean because Amber Heard is NPD, HPD, BPD, whatever PD, and is clearly a predatory woman, has a history of this. Well, I'm glad to see this happening, but it only happens when you have a lot of money to actually make it happen. So I think that's the operative in all of this. Is the only reason you're even seeing this is because these are high profile individuals. Slander, defamation, libel is very, very hard to prosecute, especially when you also have to prove damages. So it's like if somebody's talking shit about you on Twitter, it's like, prove to me that I damaged you. Prove to me that I damaged your brand. Prove to me that I damaged your identity, right? And okay, so if I did, how much was that? How much did you lose? Like, what's the damages? What's the punitive? What's the monetary cost of me, calling you out on your BS, right? What is it? You can't even put a number on it, or if it's just like, you hurt my feelings. That's not a defamation case. that's just two stupid kids on Twitter throwing rocks at one another. Today's show. Somebody go on Devil Mountain Coffee site and say Rollo talks about you all the time. Shout out to Rollo the Godfather. Would love to have you review the stream I did with Jen on the block about men in control versus men in control versus controlling men. I'll have a look at that. I have not seen that, Glenn Lawrence. I do know that you are a regular, so that's why I brought you up right quick. Let me see if I can hit some of these really fast. Salute. Thank you very much. Let's see. What else do we got here? Oh, that was a good one. Hold on. Valhalla. We are not the same, lady. Yeah, we own our paternity. Why we are territorial. Okay, we own our paternity. Why we are territorial. The extinction burst from the male at the end was priceless. Yeah, it was. We're gonna see that. You guys stick around. This is gonna be a really hot one today. The female DJ doesn't understand attention is the coin of the realm for females, not males. Yeah, well, both Jackie O and Kyle are living in the old order world, and you will see that here in not too long. Okay, so that's that. So anyways, I wanted to opine just briefly about the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp thing, because I felt like I kind of gave it short shrift yesterday on Rule Zero. I see what's going on, but what do you really want me to say that I haven't already said about Meghan Markle and Prince Harry? I've done full shows on that. And essentially, people are going to say, I think one of the things that I didn't get out on yesterday's show is that I think that even if Johnny Depp wins, and he will win, I mean, if he hasn't already, has the verdict come down? I'm not really even sure. She's going to lose. She'll probably refile a civil suit, but she's just got that smug kind of like, yeah, whatever, like that kind of thing. It's like I don't know how old she is, but she's going on 12. And that's, sign of a histrionic personality disorder. Certainly she knows what she's doing. She took those videos at the time where she knew she was going to get maximum effect. And that's what she did. And by the way, to Jason Momoa's credit, he does not like her one bit, man. I was reading some of the statements from Jason Momoa about this whole thing. Apparently, like, he doesn't want to work with her on Aquaman or whatever it is. Aquaman 2. Good on you, Jason. At least you see, at least he's got Johnny Depp's back, I guess. But I thought that was sometimes you just got to back a brother up, right? So I saw that. I thought that was pretty good. But I think that Johnny Depp loses even if he wins. And let me tell you why I think that. It's not so much like, he doesn't need the money. He's not like he's going to he's not going to refinance his house or something with the money that he's going to get out of this whole thing. He needs to work again. That's really why he's trying to clear his name, because he needs to work again. But the problem is then he looks kind of like weak. And he looks, and I hate to say that, he's not, right? I don't think so, right? But I think that he looks that way, or he appears that way in the court of social media right now. And there are women that are coming in on his side and they're saying she's just bad shit, right? She's crazy. She's nuts. What? Okay, got it. But they got, like, what I'm noticing, and I think when I see high profile cases like this, where you've got a guy who's clearly a beta male, and yes, I'm going to call him a beta male at this point. And yes, Elon Musk, I will call you a beta male as well. And yes, I will also call Prince Harry a beta male and Will Smith a beta male. Yes, there you go. Like it or don't like it, I will point it out to you exactly why. And I've said this 1,000 times on this show. I don't care if you caught it on one of my clips. If you're watching the show right now and you caught something on my clips channel and you're here because you're like, oh, I'm going to give this guy help. Okay, well, here's the thing. Do me the common courtesy of actually watching at least that very little segment. I try to put time cues in all of these. Thank you, Eduardo, for doing that for me. But at least do me the common courtesy of watching that clip in context before you give me hell about stuff like that. Because the reason why I'm saying that is because if I go and I say, well, Elon Musk is very beta, certainly when it comes to women, right? Now people say, well, he's going to put us on Mars. He's the richest man on planet Earth. He owns Twitter now. How can you say he's not alpha? I can say that because I've read the interview between him and Neil Strauss in 2018 in Rolling Stone, where he breaks down and just balls like a child because he was breaking up with Amber Heard at that time. That was before he got with Grimes, and he's a serial monogamist. He's a serial monkey brancher. I joked about this on Adam Sosnick's show. I said all he does is breed. It's like it's cheaper to simply just like buy a girlfriend, have some babies with her, buy her a house, and just like go on to the next one for a guy like that. And literally, he can afford to do that. Same thing with Jeff Bezos. People go, I can't believe you would say Jeff Bezos is a beta. I'm like, well, all I can go by is like what I see his attitude looking like. Now, people won't argue with me when I say Will Smith is kind of beta. In fact, I would say of all those people that I just mentioned, he's probably the worst because he's been what I've called the terminal beta for a long time. Same with Prince Harry, although it seems like Prince Harry was on his game once and then he caught feelings for Meghan Markle and all that. Like, he never killed the beta, right? He could, he was flying helicopters. Rollo, how can you not call him alpha? Well, I can when I see powerful men who have the mentality of the blue pill, who have never unlearned that. And so, like, when people say, well, Rollo, he really needs to get your book. You need to get Johnny Depp your book. You need to get Elon Musk your book. Man, I have tried my ass off to get the Rational Mail, the first book, to Elon Musk here in Sparks, Nevada, where the Gigafactory is not a stone's throw from this secret bunker in the Nevada desert. I could go over there and just hand him a signed personal copy right now. He's just down the road. In fact, I know a guy, I'm not going to say who, but I know a guy who's very close to me who works at Tesla. And I could very easily go over there the next time he's there, but it is what it is, whatever. But I will stand by that. And the reason why I will stand by that is because money, fame, status, even looks do not insulate you against having no game. It does not insulate you against being beta. You don't necessarily, I mean, are there guys who are like alpha and they're blue pill? Absolutely. We've done that show before. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to throw those out there because when I look at, because people are going to ask me about Amber Heard later on. I just want to head you guys off at the pass right now. Yes, she took a dump in the bed. At that point, like even if you're Johnny Depp and you're like in the throes of like deep depression and everything, and there's a big steaming, Cleveland steamer on your bed. I mean, at what point you go, you know what? I'm out. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. At what point does that register? And that's the level. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't leave after that. You're Johnny freaking Depp. Why are you putting up with this? It's like, come on, man. But it is what it is. It is what it is, right? And that's where he could not unlearn that beta. Kill the beta before the beta kills you. I also use the example of Anthony Bourdain as well, because I dealt with that too. Me and Pat Campbell, as a matter of fact, when we were on his terrestrial radio show and right here on your show right here, back in 2018, when Anthony Bourdain put a noose around his neck, which, by the way, is the means of self-deletion. I don't want to say the word, but the means of self-deletion that men use sends a message, and that sends a message. So just keep that in mind. You also have to remember how men can be very efficient, or they can be very dramatic about things. And the guys who are sort of like casualties of the blue pill, they tend to be more dramatic. So bear that in mind. Yeah. Asia Argento, for damn sure. Yeah, I know. I miss Pat like every day. And I ain't kidding about that, man. I have I've got the knife chief knife on my banister out there. I'll show you that sometime. You want me to show you the knife chief knife? I'll bring it out sometime. That used to sit on Pat's desk back in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Let's see. I've had an LTR with a histrionic narcissist for years, and that's why I think Amber Turd. God, that's never going to go away. That will never go away. Your official social media name, Amber, is now Amber Turd. Congratulations. It's 20% borderline and 80% histrionic. It's a type of evil I don't think a pure borderline would be able to do against a partner. I disagree with you, sir. I also have personal firsthand experience with BPDs, and I would not put it past them. Johnny, rather than be known as recovering drug addict and a woman abuser, recovering from drug addicts, there's no rehab for woman beaters. Yeah, well, that's true. He's not going to come back from it. It's kind of like how do you recover your, I mean, how old is he? He's got to be, I think he's older than me. Was he 56 now? I think so. I think he's older than I am. I'm sure he is. He was doing 21 Jump Street when I was watching it. Hello, Rollo. Have you heard of Dr. Scott Yaynor? I have heard the name. I don't know who the dude is. Should I know him? Rollo, Godfather, the emotional outburst from the male reminded me of Jack Murphy outburst. Oh, man. Oh, Lord in heaven. Yes. Oh, thank you. That's actually an apt comparison, I might add. The Jack Murphy outbursts, very similar. What he's referring to is Jack Murphy on You Are Here with Sydney Watson and my good friend Elijah Schaefer. Actually, Sydney's a pretty good friend, too. Yeah, I feel bad. I still feel kind of bad for that whole situation. I'll explain why. I'm taking my toys and going home type of immature emotional outburst. He got frustrated with the empirical argument. I'm glad you brought that up, because that's actually I'm going to talk about that a little bit here when I get into the video proper. However, you are correct. And I mentioned it here before. A great lesson, one more lesson that I learned from Pat Campbell, was that whoever gets emotional first loses. Whoever gets like in your grill, kind of, especially when it's terrestrial radio, because you have to remember what the format for terrestrial radio is. You've got about, like, in an hour show, you're doing maybe 40 minutes of content. So that means 43, right? So that means there's 17 minutes of commercials in an hour. And I don't know how they do it in Sydney, Australia, but if it's anything like the United States, that's what they do. So you have to be hyper efficient when you were doing interviews, and you have to, especially, and if you're an interviewer like Pat Campbell is a consummate professional, you have to get the most out of that person in that brief amount of time that you have before you have to go to break. So there's, they call them bits, right? You go from, let's see, 9:05 until 9:20, and that like 15 minutes right there is probably the longest you're going to get, because that's the build. And then you're going to go do a commercial. You're going to come back from it. You're going to do another 5 minutes of content. And then they're going to be at the bottom of the hour. So it'll be 9:30. And then you've got to go and do the, the news and whatever else, pay the bills with the commercials. Then you'll come back and you're hoping that people will still be like, paying attention after that break. If it's hot enough, if you did your work in the first 15 minutes, and then that extra 5 right before the bottom of the hour, then afterwards people are still waiting around, they're hanging on it, or they're still trapped in traffic on their commute or whatever in the morning. And then you go and you sort of finish things up, and you can only get from like say 9:35 up to 9:45, and that's a 10-minute bit. And then there's another commercial break, and then you go and you do the finishing. You're finishing a finishing move. Wait.
Finish.
Then you do the finishing move at the end, where you have to get in your, you've got to put in your links, you got to put in your ads, you got to put in your social media and everything else, and then you're done. And you're hoping people come back for the next meal next Friday. How do I know that? Because I've did it for like almost 3 years with Pat Campbell. So remember that when we're watching this. I'm glad I laid the groundwork here for you guys so you can understand. That's how terrestrial radio works. That's how they get paid. It's been the template, the formula for a very long time. You go listen. Well, maybe not Howard Stern anymore, but if you listen like Howard Stern from back in the day when he had a terrestrial, or Tom Likas for that matter, when he was a terrestrial radio show host, the format is different. And what's interesting to me is like people who are really good at terrestrial radio have a really difficult time switching over to like, satellite radio or online kind of stuff, because those breaks where they could just sort of, take a breath and go, okay, here's what we're going to talk about next, blah, 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 blah. Right. Those are gone. Like I have to be on 100%. There ain't no breaks in this show. For this train doesn't stop for nobody. I better know my shit, and I better like be able to like present it very well to you in the first half hour for sure. So, but that's the format and that's the formula. So when we're watching this, I want you to remember that, because the emotional outburst that this guy had, the interviewers were trying to provoke that from Fresh and Fit. And to their credit, especially Myron's credit, he wouldn't give it to him. And I loved that. He's learned, Myron is now, I won't say a black belt, but he's certainly like a confirmed red belt. He's like just about this side of a black belt when it comes to this kind of stuff. He's doing very good with this. He did an excellent job, I think, with Flagrant 2. And I think he would do really well in other formats as well. So there we go. Torsha, I know you're watching right now. I will get you a wrench. I can't give it to you right now because I'm not in the chat, but if Sammy, if you see Torsha in there, let me know and I'll give her a wrench. I took you off a wrench. I should probably explain why I blocked Torsha for a while. It had nothing to do with anything she did. It had to do with the fact that everybody wants to pretend that they're Torsha. That's why. Let's see. What'd you get here? Did I read this already? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Okay, I got to that. I got to you. Who else? Thank you. Offie Kingdom, I saw you. Where'd you go, Offie? There you are. I got to put you up there too. Hold on. Offie gets one of these. Even if it doesn't have to be $100. All right. Let's see. Going down. All right. Good enough. Oh, there you are. Did I get to you? Yeah, I got to you. How do I get rid of female Zims? Zims at work. You mean bimbos? You can say bimbos, dude. You can write that. That's fine. I don't need distraction right now in my life. Well, then don't be distracted. What are you going to do? Wear blinders? Greetings from a 21-year-old French. From a 21-year-old French guy. I bought your book and it's everything I needed in my life. Thank you. Thank you very much. I didn't off myself 3 years ago because of a 5-year one-itis. You were the best. Thank you. Oh man, I need to come back to some fundamentals. I'll get to this at the end of the show. By the way, the Red Pill Lions minted today. We had to wait an extra 12 hours because Bored Ape Yacht Club decided that they were going to drop at midnight tonight. Well, this morning and midnight. And so what it did is it really raised what are called the gas charges. So it's like the fees that you have to pay to actually get the NFT. So we held off because I didn't want you guys paying that, and neither did Rocky or neither did Kevin. So we had to hold off for like 12 hours or so that could cycle through and we could get back to some normal charges, because I'm in no way going to make anybody pay that kind. It was absolutely insane. But the great thing is that the sale right now, the mint has only been up for 4.5 hours right now, and we are rapidly closing on selling out. It's amazing. The response. I was hoping everything was going to be very popular, but man, the pre-sale sold out. The whitelist filled up. The Discord is now, I want to say, at like 2,000. Maybe it might be around there. It's hovering at about 2,000, and we did that in a month, which was really great. And I'm on there. I'm talking. We've got some benefits, of course. We're going to have a drawing for tickets to the CME, which is coming up on the 16th, or not, excuse me, the 19th of May, 19th through the 22nd. I will be there on the 16th. And be doing some like extracurricular activities, some things to do. If you want to get in on some of those, please join my Patreon. You can get the link down below. All my contact and all my donation stuff is down there as well. But I'll be doing some stuff there. That's coming up, and I can't wait for it. We got an all-star lineup. You have at least 3/5 of Rule Zero will be there. Myself, John from Modern Life Dating, and Troy Francis will be there. I would very much have loved to have gotten Ryan Stone out there, or Rich Cooper for that matter as well. However, they are still in Canada. And again, Canada is still being a little weird. I think Ryan might actually make a trip to the United States at some point. And by the way, somebody told me this. I don't know if this is true or not, but Gad Saad is considering like expatriating from Canada to the United States. Which I think is great, because I would love to have him in the States and be able to like do a live show with him at some point. But God, if you're listening, please, call me, get in touch with me. I would love to have you on, or I'd love to go meet with you in Miami or something like that. I don't know where he's going to end up. However, it is the United States. And if I was going to expatriate from Canada, it probably wouldn't be the US. It'd probably be like Panama or Belize or something like that. But I don't know. That's me, maybe. What do you got here? Yes, I think you found some of Dr. Yenar's academic material good for debates and research for future. I will go look him up. I promise you I will. I got him written down. I actually had him in the big book of everything. I will definitely go have a look now. Let's see. What else do I need to catch up with? You guys are nuts. You guys are absolutely nuts today. Rollo, how do I get better at keeping a conversation going and keeping it interesting? Be interesting. Others I've asked, say to talk more to people, which I have done, but I still feel terrible at it. Okay. Conversation. You know what? Actually, let's put a bookmark in this. Sam, hold on to this quote for me, and I promise you I will come back at the end of the show for this. So Sam, give this to me at the end. Okay. I will come back to that. We will address that, because that's actually some of the stuff that I have put into into book 5, which by the way is the #1 book in the dating category. No, excuse me. Everybody quiet.
You're goddamn right.
All right, so here it is. Thank you, Sancho Bohemian. The book, the 5th book, which I don't have sitting. I wish I would have. Damn it. I could go get it. The 5th book, The Player's Handbook. If you have not, here, actually I can. Hold on. Where'd it go? Is now. Or I don't know if it still is, but it was for last week. It was the #1 bestseller in dating. Okay. I don't know if you guys realize the difference between the #1 new release and a #1 bestseller. Okay. There's a like, if you have a new release, you're going to probably, I've always made, #1 best new releases, but to make #1 bestseller means that you have to outsell the people who are on top of that. And the book that was on top, at least when I published, 2 weeks ago now, going on 2 weeks now, when I published the 5th book, I dropped it when I was in Miami. The number one book was by Sherry something or other. I can't remember her last name, but the title of the book is Why Men Love Bitches. That was the number one book in dating. And there's something like 14,000 reviews on it. And it's been there. It's been sitting at number one for a very long time. And along comes Rollo Tomassi and it's like, back down, bitch. And pushed her off, right? So that was very, let's just say that was very, gotcha, bitch. God, that was very satisfying. Thank you very much. Now I think it's back. I think it's down to number 2, but for about a week there, it was like, who is this Rollo Tomassi character? And by the way, dating is an impacted category, as they call it. Okay. So there's a lot of people who write about dating. If you go, in fact, I would encourage anybody who wants to read who reads my books, right? But if you're looking for my book and you look at it by category, like the link, by the way, is just right there. And it's the first or second one in the description below. But if you go there, do me a solid and give a good review of it. Once you've read it, please. I want actual, honest, real reviews, because most of the reviews that are on it right now that are giving me grief are guys who are not verified purchasers, as you might guess. So that's just a flaw in the review system of Amazon, and I don't see them correcting that anytime soon. So if you would be so kind, even if you don't leave a review, please upvote a good, like a 5-star review. If you really like the book, or if you really like my material, I would very much appreciate that, because what's going to happen right now is I'm going to get review bombed, and I'm sure I'm already getting review bombed. So what you will see is it'll say like 15 people found this helpful. Please go to a 5-star review that you agree with and click found this helpful. That's all I ask. Just one click. That's all I'm asking. So if you see that, however, while you're there, go click on the categories that I believe it's at least number 2 right now in dating. It might still be number 1. I'm not sure. It's in the top 10. Go click on that. Go click on dating. Go click on the dating category and see what the top 10 or even the top like 20 books on dating. Look at the titles. No, you don't have to look at every one. Just look at the titles and look at the authors. I think Rich Cooper's in there as well. I don't know if Cappy's in there. I'm not sure Aaron's in there. He might be number 1 new release. But, he's got a new book called The Menu, which is actually very good, by the way. But go and have a look at and see what the people who are like ranking in dating. And by the way, the dating category, I'm going to tell you a little quick secret. The reason why dating is an impacted category is because it's what's called a BISEC category, which is BISEC, I believe. It's an acronym, right? It's what booksellers use to put your book up on the shelf in like Barnes and Noble or something like that. It's been a standard categorization, I guess, in booksellers for a very long time. And there's 4,000 categories. And you would say, oh, well, that's a lot of categories, Rollo. Yeah, but they're much broader, right? So if I go and I want to put my book into dating, that's an impacted category. So if you say, okay, this is a book on dating, that's one thing. If I go, and you'll notice that my book is also ranking in gender studies, because those are the 2 categories that I initially placed the book into, because I thought, well, it was gender studies, and the gender studies is, you would honestly think of it as like, say, feminism or whatever, gender studies, right? But if I put it in there and I put my book in there, I think it belongs there because it needs to be a counterbalance to the other crap that's in that category. That's why I put it in there. Also, it's a less impacted category than dating. Dating, by the way, is like insane. So I'm, take my victory lap or pat myself on the back a little bit, but to be the number 1 bestseller in dating is actually means something on Amazon. Now on Amazon, however, Amazon categories, there are 16,000. So there's like, 4 times as many categories that are Amazon categories. The BISEC categories are what you have to initially put your book into when you are publishing your book. Later on, I'm going to give it probably about a month, and then I'm going to request that Amazon put it in specific categories or whatever, so that I can sort of rank a little bit better and get found a little bit better. There's a whole, it's almost like the YouTube algorithm, only it's like the KDP, Kindle Direct Publishing algorithm. So I'll end up doing that. But I just toot my own horn for a minute there, is that to be the number 1 book in dating is actually the number 1 best-selling book in dating is a very big accomplishment. The only thing I've seen with the Depp turd thing is that the woman defending are the same that would give 0 Fs if that happened to the average man. I know how Depp feels with that. Yeah, without the yes, exactly. Well, maybe he feels relieved right now. I don't know exactly. Let's see. I will cruise a little bit further down. There we go. Alex, what's up, Alex? Reading Empire of the Summer Moon, where an abducted white girl married a Comanche chief that murdered her parents. War bride syndrome. Is that based on a true story? Because I've heard about that. Alpha imprinting, chick crack, etc. Red pill has enriched my life. Well, you're reading with red pill lenses, aren't you? That's good. Edward, women don't withhold sex from men they perceive as alpha males. Maybe a few exceptions. Thanks. You're welcome. I'm glad you have picked up on that. There we go. All right. Oh, he's 54. Is that what is that what Johnny Depp is? He's 54. Okay. So I'm gonna launch into this this video today, and the reason why I'm using this as sort of a case study, because I haven't done a case study in a while, is because there's so much going on in this that I think I could sort of pick it apart like a little piece by piece, piecemeal. But before we jump into it, remember two things. Okay, the first one is this is a terrestrial radio show that is really kind of calling into a YouTube, so it's almost like old order and new order. So keep that in mind, because the radio station in the Sydney and Kyle show in Australia represents the old order, whereas you got Fresh and Fit, who are really more like the new order right now. When you say have some cheese, roller, have some cheese. Okay, great work on Rule 0. If you can shill Cappy's book, the menu would be great. Okay, go get his book. I've said enough. Have I not said enough about the menu? I think it's great. I got the advanced copy from Aaron, and I hate to say it, but actually I don't hate to say it because he's a brilliant guy. I have lifted the term post-marriage world, because really that's, I think, is an accurate assessment of where we're at right now. And in fact, I'm glad you brought that up, because when we see the radio station go against Fresh and Fit here, Jackie O goes against Myron here, you're looking at old order versus new order. You're looking at a post-marriage world versus an understanding of intersexual dynamics that really hasn't existed. I would say since the late 2000s, maybe 2005, 2006 is when things really started taking off. So bear that in mind while you're watching this, because it's very important that, yes, and they rage quit at the end of this. So you got, there's a prize at the end of this. So just try to be a bit patient with all this. But remember what I said, whoever gets emotional first is the one that wins, especially in terrestrial radio. Now, you'll understand why I'm bringing that up here in a moment. But the other part is that you're also seeing the old order versus the new order. But moreover, you're looking at the old order emotionalism versus new order empiricism. And what I mean by that is like objective reasoning. It's emotion versus reason here. And you can see who is invested in their sort of ego invested beliefs in this show. And when Myron or when either side, let's just say, provokes the other one to an emotional response, that's what they're looking for. That's what pays the bills. That's what commercials want, because it gets eyes on the screen or ears on the speakers or whatever it is. So keep that in mind. All right. And don't forget, Red Pill Lions went to mint. If you want to get one, you better get it quick. You better get it quick. That's all I'm saying, because it's all, I cannot believe the response for this. It has just been absolutely insane. And people have, like, some of the pre-sales have already resold theirs for a profit. So I'll drop a video later on, but I do want to talk about this first. So here we go. I'm going to dig into this video just a touch, because there's so much going on here. So bear with me. I'm going to just kind of riff on things a little bit while we're doing this.
She has scantily clad photos of herself on the internet, and she's not making money off it, which a lot of women tend to do. If you're Instagram just for attention, you know what I'm saying? Stupid. And I think for women, attention is like sex for men. So, women love attention from the opposite gender. And if you got a serious relationship with a girl and she still has a for sale sign on her neck, I think that's very disrespectful.
Okay. Well, we've got the guys up on the screen here. We're crossing to them on Zoom.
Hello, gentlemen.
We have
Good morning.
Myron and Walter. Hi, guys.
How you guys doing?
How's it going?
Oh,
Yeah, we're
good.
Okay,
No,
where are you? Where are you guys located? We're in Sydney, Australia. Where are you? Because I'm looking out your window of your studio. It looks fantastic wherever you are.
We're in Miami, man.
Miami, Florida.
It's lit.
Oh, no
that's
wonder,
why.
man.
You've got a
This
better
white-haired
studio
guy
than we
looks
do.
like
That's-
Burl
Jackie and I,
Ives.
we
That
had,
dude
we had
is
quite the
a child.
weekend in Florida with Missy Elliott. No, oh, Jesus, it was
Yeah,
one of those.
that was some time ago.
You know,
wow.
those stories you can't really tell on broadcast media. That you gotta be face to face, couple of joints, just chatting. That's. I'll tell you when I see you in.
Missy Elliott, like you guys actually let her into your country? Sorry to hear that, bro.
No,
No,
were
we went there. We were in.
No, the audio was syncing. Actually, they were previewing like what they were going to talk about, because really the whole reason to get these guys on the show in the first place was to like try to hold their feet to the fire about what they said about women deleting their Instagram.
Miami. She can't come here.
Oh,
Snoop
okay.
can't come here. No one in America's allowed here. If you've had gun charges or you smoke weed, you're out. They don't allow any of the fun stuff.
Guys, let's go back to what you said, because I want to dissect this a little more. Do you believe that any woman in a relationship should not have Instagram, or are you saying that just women who are in a relationship and are posing in their bikinis or doing any kind of sultry sort of stuff, they're the ones that shouldn't have Instagram?
Well, if you're in a serious committed relationship with a guy and you have, sexy photos of yourself on the internet, Instagram is just one medium that you can do it. Yeah, it is cheating.
Cheating, like, what about the guy? Is he, if he's in a relationship, is he allowed to have Instagram?
Well, we're different. We're not in our undies.
Sorry, Carl. I
gyrating
don't
up
think I
and
was
down.
asking you. I was asking these
well,
guys.
let's see how it is over
Let
here.
me ask you a question. Are men and women equal?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
No, we're not at all.
So here's where I'm going to hold it. You can already tell she's got an attitude, and Myron, when he deals with attitudes on his show, he can at least Frank Castle him out of there. So he's kind of got to play the game a little bit going into this, but you can hear the I'm already leaning towards trying to hold you guys. She's already trying to dominate the conversation, and Myron's not going to allow that to happen. But by the way, just so you know, that is a classic terrestrial radio show tactic, is to just sort of talk over that person and over and over and over until you burn the time that gets you to the commercial break. And again, here's the difference. She automatically defaults to that, whereas Myron and Fresh, maybe they knew this and maybe they didn't, but the terrestrial radio show, like, they're used to doing a podcast, so they're on all the time, and they're having, he's used to being able to have enough time to make his points, whereas these guys have to do this inside of an hour bit. And it doesn't even reach that.
Men and women are different.
So why? Yes, we're different. Of course, we're different. But were you talking about pay parity? What are you talking about when it comes to being different?
All right, so Myron's going to launch in here to the equality thing, which we've talked about ad infinitum on this show and his show as well. And I think what's funny again is, like, here is this woman who is just completely just gobsmacked that anybody would say something like this. And I want to also throw out here is that when Myron, and I've been on here and I've actually done this myself when I've been on his show, is whenever you bring this up and you suggest that a woman take down her Instagram pictures or like take down her bikini shots. I mean, go to Instagram right now. Go ahead. Go just real briefly. I'll wait, right? Go to Instagram right now and tell me how many chicks you see, or go look at your favorite girl's profile. Go look. You don't even have to do that, right? Just go create like a random new Instagram profile. Go look on TikTok. Go look on Instagram. Look at anywhere where it's like an image-based social media. And you will see nothing but women in, showing off their ass. It's nothing but ass shots. It's nothing but boob shots. It's nothing but I'm living this great life here in Aruba shots. And if you look at the difference in how men present themselves versus how women present themselves, I mean, this is not even, okay, we're not actually talking about a quote unquote, a formal online dating app like Tinder or Hinge or Bumble or whatever. We're talking about like Instagram. Or even Facebook for that matter. I mean, Facebook's old media, right? But like, even if you go and you look at anything that is image or media based, depending on where that woman is, or certainly if she's between the ages of 18 and 28, you're going to get nothing but ass. It's going to be nothing but ass shots. So that's the difference. And it's right there. It's in our face. It's unignorable. But when you live in this old order understanding, or your ego investments are in this old order was a blank slate equalist ideal of how men and women were. We're of course we're equal. No, we're not. And that's beginning to become more and more of a challenge for, an emotionalist mindset to have to deal with. So and Myron's going to say it here in just a second, and you've heard me say it too. This is just a variation of something I've said in the past, which is, I don't believe in equality. I've never have believed in equality, quite honestly, because the premise of equality is false. The idea of equality doesn't happen in a vacuum. Men and women are different, and therefore we cannot possibly be equal if that's the case. Okay. Well, she's going to get into the values of the value call here in a second. We'll get to that. But I want to point out that what he's about to talk about here is the idea of equality itself being flawed. It's not like, oh, well, we shouldn't aspire for gender parity and this and that. That doesn't even enter the conversation. What should be in the conversation is that the fundamental idea of equality is false. Because what is the challenge? What are we asking one another to do? That's where double standards come in, and we'll talk about that here in just a second as well.
Well, the definition of equality is being the same in quantity, size, degree, or value, and nothing between us is equal. We're very different. What I mean by that,
you don't think we are of equal value?
Well, here's the thing: from a human's rights perspective, and the value of.
Okay, so. What does she just do right here? Okay, let's go. Okay, here's a red pill lesson for you. Let's put, hello, children.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Let's all put on our red pill lenses here, and let's go to the front of the class and go to the chalkboard. Okay. What does she just talk about? What does she just say? Oh, well, don't you think that we're all of equal value and equal worth? Actually, no. But the reason why she defaults to that is because she conflates value with equality. She conflates worth. And that's what most women do, is they conflate sexual market value with personal worth. Just because you're hot does not mean that you have a really high personal worth. Go look at here. Let's have a look at this. Here we go. So, does she have high personal worth? She certainly gets a lot of money off of all of that. Right. But if she were to ask, hey, how about Belle Delphine? Does she have a high? Don't you think we all have equal worth? It's funny is when you talk about women who are, when you talk about women in intra-sexual competition, when you talk about women who are like competing with one another, then that worth argument flies right out the window. We don't talk about that shit anymore because that is, you want to disqualify your competitors. We don't worry about that. We don't try to lift women. Women don't try to lift other women up who they feel like they are in competition with ever. But men, God forbid, a man actually question female nature or even like have a question about it. I'm not saying make an assertion, just to question it automatically makes him suspect of being a misogynist. Sloan. Okay, Sloan, what's up, man? Thank you. In my late 50s with hot young women and now no one I really want to keep. I own businesses, 6 figures, 6-pack, 5'7". Oh, well done. Can't tell them about the others, even though they stay with me. It changes the good vibe. Been dealing with this a long time. Any real ideas or just lie? Okay, if you feel like, thank you for the $100. I'll stop the show just for you, right? If you feel like you're lying, then you are lying. If you feel like you're being inauthentic, if that's not your real personality, then that's where you need to begin. Okay. When people say, oh, well, I feel like I'm someone else. I feel like especially when they're practicing game. I talk about this in book 5, by the way, is when guys are practicing game, if it's still an act to you, then you have not internalized game. If it has not become part of your personality, if game and understand, well, it doesn't even have to be game, just understanding red pill, being red pill aware, having game savvy, let's just say, at least understanding women's nature, understanding men's nature. If it feels like it's like, okay, I'm the real me, and all this stuff out here is going on, and I have to fake something to go and play into this game. If you have to feel like you're putting on a mask or you're putting on an act or you're whatever and you're inauthentic, then you haven't arrived yet, my friend. You have not internalized the red pill. And that's really where it has to start. You have to internalize the red pill. It has to become who you are. So if you feel like, oh, well, what is it? I can't tell them about the others. You shouldn't be telling them about the others anyways. You should be spinning plates, and that should not even enter in. You should not even be implying exclusivity if you are non-exclusive. Let them figure it out. Let women, and you got to be able to let women, you got to let plates fall off too, my friend. I don't care if you're in your late 50s, especially if you're in your late 50s and you're as valuable as you say. You're six-figure income. You have six-pack abs in your late 50s. Bravo. What the hell are you doing here? Why are you? I thank you for your contribution. Thank you for the super chat. But what the hell are you doing here? If I was in your position, I sure as shit wouldn't be watching this show. I'd be out there like, I don't know, jet skiing or something with all those chicks you're talking about, right? So they stay with me. It changes the good vibe. Okay, well, but still, what are you looking? What do you want? What is it that you're after? Do you want the good vibe? Do you want a permanent situation? How old are these girls? First of all, are they your age appropriate peers, or are they young girls that you can't really sort of keep around? You can't really relate to them. And again, nothing wrong with that. In fact, there's a lot right with that. But what is it that you really want? Why is this a problem for you, especially in your late 50s? So if you're asking me, should I just lie? Then you are lying. You're not just lying to them. You're lying to yourself because you still think of it as an act. You have to internalize the red pill. You have to internalize men's nature and women's nature. And you have to still be like the constant, the eternal student as well. Sometimes you just have to say, you know what? That's the nature of the game and I have to go with it. Like people ask me all the time, like, Rollo, do you have to lie to your wife all the time? Do you have to game Mrs. Tomassi all the time? No, I don't, because I am the game. And that sounds like really conceited and arrogant. But that's not the way I mean it. I mean it in the sense that that's my natural default. I defer to game. And I don't even realize so much so that I don't even realize I'm doing it. It's just become part of my personality. It's who I am authentically. It has to become who you are authentically, or it's always going to sound like you're lying. So there you go. Sorry, that's my rant. Where were we?
Your life, yes, we're equal. No one is better than anyone in that regard. But when it comes to biology and intersexual dynamics, we're 100% different. And the reason why
that is true scientifically, that he's correct. We are different, right?
But what I don't understand is how does that apply to the question that I asked when I said
let me
guys?
Get to it.
Okay.
So the reason why is because we have differing sexual strategies. Men want quantity, women want quality. So our sexual strategies are literally opposing each other. Okay. So men want to be able to get with as many girls as possible. Right?
Not so much opposing, but they are adversarial. So again, he only has so much time to sort of interject this stuff before she starts rambling on and talking over him again. But the point is that when Myron is on there and he's trying to make these points, he's got to get it out quick. It's like rapid fire. It's like lightning round, man. And so sometimes you get things lost in translation. So by the way, let me just, now that we are here, let me explain something else to you. When people say, oh, Rollo really just likes to listen to his own voice all the time, and all he does is ramble, blah, 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 blah. No, I'm trying to be comprehensive. And I am I'm trying to balance comprehensiveness with being concise. When you are on terrestrial radio show, there is no room for subtlety, my friend. And you better be able to hit on that stuff as quick as possible. And that's what he's trying to do here. And again, kudos to Myron for holding up here. I think I would have phrased it this way. Men and women's mating strategies are adversarial to one another until such time we need to start a family. We need to think about parental investment. Then the compromise happens. And if he'd have used that angle in this whole thing, it might have redirected all of this, but it still makes for good radio.
Right. Unlimited sexuality. Shout out to our guy, ROLLO TOMASSI. We talk about this in detail. Versus women, I say women want typically unlimited security from the best man that they can get, versus men want to get the most women they can get. So it's been that way since the beginning of time. Powerful and strong men have had hordes of women, and then women align themselves with the strongest men. So we don't play by the same set of rules, and our sexual strategies influences how we view the world, how we view the opposite gender, how we try to procreate with each other. We're very different. So what men can do, women can't necessarily do sometimes. So we're not the same. And it's just unfortunately a double standard that does not benefit women for once.
Okay, so there's the double standard. So he's dropping in the double standard here, and I have done full dedicated shows to double standard, so I'm not going to get too much into that. However, what he was talking about just a moment ago, which is the difference in mating strategies, is he's trying, again, this is reality versus emotionalism, and she has already established herself as being a blank slate equalist. Well, don't you think we're equal? Don't you think we should be equal? What about, and you'll hear this, and I want you guys to pay particular attention to this, because when you hear other conversations, whether that's private, like I'm going to give you some applicable, here's some actionable advice today. I don't usually do prescriptions, but here's some. At the very least, learn how to read a room, number one. And then number two is when you're listening to conversations, listen for things like exactly what she was saying, like preempting or like setting the frame or setting the tone of a conversation. She's already said, well, what about men? Can't men, and she's going to get into this here in a little more depth. But what about men? What about? Go look up whataboutism. It's a real, it's like, I think it's a psychological or sociological dynamic. It might even be like a debate. It might be a logical fallacy. But if you listen to this, whenever men make a point about, let's separate this here. Whenever men make a point about female nature, whenever they just say, here it is, and here's men's nature, here's women's nature. Let's talk about women's nature for a little bit. In fact, pretty much their entire show is dedicated to that. Mine, I try to hit on both sides, but like whenever I am even asserting something about men's nature, it doesn't, you don't hear women go, well, what about, women do this too. You don't hear that. If I say, oh yeah, all men cheat. Oh, that's true. Gosh, those guys they're bastards. They're players. They're duplicitous sons of bitches, right? But if I say women cheat just as much, or they have a plan B, or if I go into like the stats or something that's unflattering about female nature, holy shit. That's when you get, oh, well, what about men? Ooh, men do it too. That's what it comes down to. I got that little rhyme. That's actually something I wrote like a long time ago. Ooh, men do it too. And they're worse. And here's why, right? It's never about them. It's always a reframe. It's always a redirect. Because when a woman's nature is spelled out in no uncertain terms, when you have the stats, when you have them dead to rights with numbers, with stats, with the science of the whole science, with the science of it, and they can't counter that. The only thing they do is, instead of saying, yeah, we really need to work on that. No. Well, what about men? How come men get off lightly? How come? And of course, we always talk about the double standard, right? Well, if a man goes and has a lot of sexual partners, then he's a superhero. And if a woman does, then she's a slut, right? We've heard that a million times. And I have rattled this off on so many after hours shows that I can't even remember a good clip to bring to this table here today. But whenever I talk about that, it's never about the dynamic. It's all about redirecting it. So if I say, well, the reason for that is because, men and women's mating strategies are different, and they're adversarial. Men focus on, men's innate mating strategy is unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. It is R-selected. I can go into the evolutionary side of it, and people will be just like deer in a headlight look, right? But even for men and women who can pick up on this, and then explaining, hey, look, for women are the vulnerable sex. They become impregnated. In our ancestral past, it was more dangerous for women to get pregnant or to choose unwisely a guy. And so therefore the filtration system, the feminine intuition, and the hypergamous filter are in effect today in 2022. I can go into that stuff, but the only thing they want to think about is how horribly unfair it is that they can't go slut around. That's what it comes down to. Well, if men can go out and be man whores, then I can go be a slut, and I should be able to do so and not have any judgment, right? Because we're all about no judgment today. You can believe that. It's like believing that there are 72 genders. It's like believing that a transgender man is actually a woman, is a man is a woman, where, can just sort of like be whatever gender they want to on the fly, whatever social constructionism has convinced them of. You can believe in all of that, but it doesn't change the facts on the ground. It doesn't change the numbers. And when you're presented with those numbers, that's when it's either it's presenting women, particularly women or men with female ways of thinking or allies. It's presenting them with empirical facts and empirical data. It's presenting them with graphs. It's presenting them with data that you can go get off of Google. It's easily accessible right now. I'm not an evolutionary psychologist. I'm not like a research scientist. I just work here, man. I just present the freaking data. But the thing is when you do present the data and it conflicts with ego investments that maybe their personalities or their whole lives have been built upon, then you get emotional reactions like what happened here. Put this on here.
Sorry, so just going back to that question that I asked, can a man be on Instagram in a relationship?
Yes.
But not a woman?
It's not the same.
Why?
Well, does it depend on the content that they're putting out? Like, if I'm shirtless on Instagram, like showing me big fat man boobs and gyrating around a sexy dance, that would be cheap. What if I was just on there talking about, fitness apps and stuff? That's a whole different vibe. So it's content related, right?
Yeah, but the thing is that I don't think people understand this, that a man even a man that's extremely good looking is not going to get nearly the amount of options that a woman that's mediocre.
And are you kidding? No, that is so not true. Do you know how many hot guys get DM'd on Instagram?
Oh, we're not talking about DMs. We're talking about real life benefits.
No, you're not.
You're talking about first at the shop and stuff like that.
Okay, so again, what she's doing. What does she do? Okay, class. What is she doing here? Are you kidding? Hot men get DM'd all the time, just as much as women. No, they don't. In fact, it's empirically, provably wrong. Wrong, Jackie O. Wrong. I can prove. You want me to prove it to you right now? Heck, I think I still have this one loaded up. Where'd it go? Yes, I do. Here we go. I didn't even know I had this loaded. There. Studies of online dating find that most men find most women at least somewhat. And granted, this is only 1 year old as of yesterday. Studies of online dating find that most men find most women at least somewhat attractive. In contrast, women view 80% of men as below average in attractiveness. Remember that, children. We're going to come back to it. Men liked more than 60% of female profiles, while women liked only 4.5% of male profiles. Did you get that, Jackie? Oh, God, I wish she was watching this. I don't know if she is. Maybe she'll pick up on this. Did you get that? There it is. Where did this come from? It came from Dr. David Buss, one of the preeminent, love him or hate him, preeminent Evo Psych, researchers in the industry. I mean, this is the guy that taught Godsod, for crying out loud. Godsod took his classes back in the day. So, and again, I love him or hate him. Like I said, I have my issues with David Buss, but this is pretty damning right here. What do you have to say about this, Jackie O? What? Now, remember, we're going to come back to that, right? Okay. In contrast, women view 80% of men as below average in attractiveness. Remember, that's below average, not average, not kind of. It's below average, below average in that I would not date this guy. I would not have anything to do with this guy. And I know it was great. I actually watched this yesterday for most of it. Torsha actually started a Tinder profile live on the show, and then went and did a whole show about like the matches and the people who are coming up to her. And I mean, within like 5 minutes, not even that, man, 3 minutes of posting her, profile or whatever it was, and she made it live right there on the show, right? And she's got dozens of guys that come hitting on her immediately. I'm fairly certain that guys do not have a similar experience on those dating apps. Okay. Because 80% of men are deemed unattractive, right? Not average, unattractive. That means that 20% of guys would be considered attractive or at least average, right? But we can even go one step further, as I showed you just a second ago. It's not even that. 60%, like men liked more than 60% of female profiles. right? And because men have a, our selected mating strategy. We're trying to spread the seed. And we want to, it's shotgun logic, right? Spread it out as much as possible and throw enough spaghetti against the wall and see what sticks, right? For women only liked 4.5% of male profiles. What does that mean? You know what that means? That means that only 4.5% of the men that are actually, who are even on the actual dating apps to begin with, we're not including like Instagram and all this other stuff, but men and women who are actively searching for one another, women only found 4.5% of men attractive enough to initiate something, to say, hey, you're hot, I'd like to get with you. 4.5%. So when people come at me and they go, that 80-20 rule, Rollo, stop right there. No, 4.5%. People kept saying, I think maybe it's more like 90-10. 4.5%. By latest estimates, anyhow. So right there, those are some pretty damning numbers. Don't believe me? I got another one. I got another data set for you here. Sexual inactivity increased among U.S. adults. Thank you, Rob Henderson. Predominantly younger men. Between 2000 and 2018, the most pronounced among men aged 18 to 24. Among men aged 25 to 34, sexual inactivity doubled. So we're talking like all the way from 18 to 24, which is that prime demographic. And then even men 25 to 34, the sexual inactivity doubled in that time. I've used this before. This is leftover stuff. I probably could have queued up something a little better for you. But what say you, Jackie-O? Nothing. You have nothing. You've got nothing. You have absolutely...
You lose. Good day, sir.
You lose. What do you have to say? How do you defend against this, Jackie-O? You don't. That's the whole thing. That's the whole premise. And that's why you're going to freak out here in just a few minutes, because you got nothing. And it's being your ego investments in this old idea of, well, men and women should be just the same. And, I can't believe you're saying this. Men should be able to tell their girlfriends to go off of Instagram. How dare you? Right. Yeah. Because, and you don't even have to do that, because women are doing it themselves. It's right there. There's the numbers, Jackie. What are we going to do about this? Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do about this here.
I'm talking about Instagram. You're saying a man can go on Instagram in a relationship and it not be considered cheating.
So, okay, I'm going to get one of my guys to show you guys something. But yes, a lot of women are unaware of this. But men, unless they're in the top 2% of looks and aesthetics and everything else like that, they get virtually no play in online dating sites, Instagram. Men don't get as much sexual attention as women think. The issue is that women see the world through their view. They think, I get a lot of attention, so attractive guys must be getting a lot of attention too, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Men do not get nearly the same amount of sexual attention.
But they're still getting it. So I don't understand.
Not as much as there's a lot of sexy girls
just
online.
Because a girl might get, let's say 50 DMs that have guys wanting to date her, when the guy gets 20 DMs, yes, there might be a little difference there, but this.
Okay, so that is just her spitballing right there. This is what she wants to be true. This is what the ego and the id are sort of collaborating in the back of her hindbrain. That are trying to figure out what can I say to counter this? What can I say that goes against any of this stuff and the reasoning that these guys are coming to? How do I get to that? Let me make up some bullshit numbers. 50 women might get 50 DMs and men still get 20. So they're still getting a lot. No, they're not. Statistically disproven. Easily disproven, and has been able. You want to know why the black pill and MGTOW and all these doomers, all these incels that you're so, now you Grammy learned a new internet word, incel, right? You want to know why that's so popular? You want to know that's funny? Is because they're figuring this out. Anybody can get it. Anybody understands this. Why do those people exist? Why do MGTOW exist? Why do black pill exist? Why is incel even a word that normies know right now? Because it's unignorable. And in the meantime, you're going to go, well, let me just throw out this hypothetical situation. There's 50 DMs versus 20. Men are still getting it. No, apex fallacy. And I threw this at Fresh. I actually was like, I'm just losing my mind. I'm like, I was like, Fresh, goddamn it, apex fallacy. But you can't really. You only have so much time on the terrestrial radio thing. But it's true. It's like that again. That would have been a perfect example of apex fallacy, which means that women only look at the top tier guys. Are those guys getting DM'd? Well, yeah, 4.5% at the top of that pyramid are. Then there's the 20% who are, average to maybe attractive. And then there's the 80%, which is the base of the pyramid, which are guys who are simply unattractive. End of story. Where do you go, Jackie? Jackie O? Where do you go, Jackie O? Where do you go? You go nowhere. You make up shit. That's what you do because it's an ego protection device. It's a mechanism. Let me pull something out of my ass and let me see what you think here. So, let me concede your point. If 50 women get a DM, that means maybe 20 guys, but they're still getting it. No, they're not. They aren't.
Still getting hit on by
let's get back to the old nightclub rules. Let's get back to the nightclub. If you're at the nightclub, and the boys have talked about this on the Fresh and Fit podcast, boys will line up and will stand there for ages.
I'm going to show you something real quick. I'm going to show you guys something real quick. On the screen right here, we have a chart from Cupid, and this illustrates that even the most attractive men in the light blue are not even are barely competing against girls in the mid-range, average girls.
It's not even half. It's not even half the level, right?
Not even half of the messages received. Yeah. Now, that's on a dating site. On Instagram, this is even more pronounced. Okay? And this doesn't account for, the Plenty of Fish data, the Tinder data that we have. Men do not get nearly as many options as women. And even if we're talking about top tier guys, they still cannot compete. Men and women are not the same. We're not blank slate equals.
Yeah, no, I know they're not the same.
Hold on, let me finish, please.
You're not actually proving your point very well.
I literally have a chart on the screen proving that women get far more attention than men do on the internet.
From a dating site that says women get more attention. Yes, that's obvious. But the point you made was that women should not be allowed on Instagram if they're in a relationship because of the attention they get. And you're kind of saying that guys can.
So, question for you. If you're dating somebody, right, should you be on a dating app?
Not on a dating app, no.
Okay, perfect. So do you know, right? Instagram is one of the biggest dating apps in the world.
Yeah, I get that, but it's also an app where people like to share other things. It's not all just thirst traps, right? So
Yes.
if you're in a relationship, not every girl is posting a picture of herself in a bikini.
Here's the problem, though.
Aren't they?
If there's two scenarios here, right?
Yes, they
a guy
are.
posts a picture of himself,
Even Burl
let's say
Ives
abs,
knows it.
shirtless, right? He gets attention. A girl posts a picture or a story or a post, right? She gets attention. The problem is that attention is way outskilled and it's gonna be sexual because off rip, what do guys want? They want to look at pictures and take a shot at the girl.
Well
That's
done,
it.
Fresh.
Girls may say, oh, he's cute, he's handsome, but they're not gonna really approach him like, oh, I want you. It's like, okay, cute, hard eyes, and that's it. Girls are gonna go after it like in a different way, we're saying.
And also we're specifying that when she has sexy photos of herself on the internet and she's in a relationship, that is cheating. That is disrespectful to the man. It's not.
Okay, what if the guy is posting a shirtless top and he's in a relationship? Is that cheating?
No, because it's not the same at all.
Well,
Like
it
I told
is
you
the
before.
same. Just
No,
because
no,
it
I know
doesn't
why.
get
I
as
know why
much
it's different.
attention.
I know why
You know
it's
what?
different,
How about
guys.
this? How about
Listen,
this? How about
as
this?
guys,
How about
we
this?
zoom in.
You notice how quickly it went from, well, we're going to talk about who gets more sex or who gets more attention online. We're going to talk about DMs. And it's the moment that Myron and well, I guess Chris actually put this up on the screen. The moment they put like hard data on the screen, she's like, well, you guys also, let's get back to the original. Like, you notice that like, let's turn off the road and go back to where we were coming from. Like, reframe. And so she has to go back to the original point at this stage. But the problem is like she wants to think that these guys are contradicting themselves. Like, no, they're not. They're actually proving your point wrong, and you don't have any counterpoint to it. You have no counter argument. All you have is an emotional argument, and that's really what all of this is boiling down to. Is it an emotional appeal, or is it an emotional appeal, or is it you trying to protect your ego? And that's what it comes back down to. Like it's emotionalism versus objectivism. It's emotion versus reason. And I think this is what has sort of defined our discourse, and not just in intersexual dynamics, by the way, our political, our religious, our social, our intersexual, what is defining our discourse today, I think, in sort of modern Western cultures, and maybe even beyond that, really, is the fact that we have access to all this data. We have access to everything. It's nothing for me to call up research that contradicts everything she says. It's nothing. You can find the data. You can find the data sets. I'm going to show you some stats on marriage and relationships here when we get to that point. But that was just one. I was hoping that he was going to come up with like some more graphs to sort of like refute what she was saying, but they never got to that. And you'll understand why they never get to it here.
On the girls' photos, we zoom in.
Yeah, but that's your issue.
Let me break this down for y'all. Okay, so let's Jackie, let me ask you a question. What is your dream car?
My dream car?
Yes, your dream car.
Oh, I'm not.
She can have any car she wants.
Yeah.
But what's the dream car? What do you want?
I'm probably driving. I'm driving a Range Rover. I love it. So let's just say I've already got it.
So let's go into a scenario here, okay? Let's go into a scenario.
But that's not us playing these sound effects. Just so you know.
So we're gonna go into a scenario here, all right? And just let me finish this concept, guys. Let me get through it, okay?
Okay.
So let's say you go to the dealership and you buy a brand new Range Rover, okay? Range Rover Sport. You've been wanting it for a while, fully decked out, $100,000, right? Australian, $120, 120,000 Australian, right?
300 here. We got the luxury car tax. You don't know about
300K, right? So you drive it off. You shake hands with the car dealer.
Kyle,
sign the paperwork, pay the money, buy it cash. You're good to go. Drive it off the lot. You don't care about it losing value, whatever. This is your dream car. Take it back to your house. 2 weeks later, okay, the car dealer comes back to your place, says, "Hey, listen, man, we're kind of short on cars. We're gonna need to put a for sale sign on your car, and a couple days a week, we're gonna just need to put it on display back at the dealership, and one or two people might test drive it. Are you okay with that?" How would that make you feel?
I know the analogy you're trying to make. I own that car. I don't own my partner in a relationship, though. I don't own them.
Again, answer the question. How would that make you feel?
Well, obviously, I wouldn't be okay with that.
Okay, thank you. That's exactly how men feel when their women post sexy photos of themselves on the internet to advertise to other men, because men are territorial with their women. It's been that way since the beginning of time.
You own us in a relationship, so we.
Okay, so we're gonna get to the ownership side here. This is where the real indignation begins. Okay, because the way and I understand where Myron is going with this, and I've heard him use this analogy several times on the after-hour shows with the girls, right? And it flies with them because they're right there and they have to consider it right there live on the camera, right? Got it. Now, breaking that down and using that as an analogy or just sort of like, this hypothetical situation for women, the problem with that is that you're asking a woman to sort of evaluate herself as in the form of a car, right? And women are not going to do that. I don't care how old they are. I don't know how old Jackie O is. I showed you the other clip when we started off here today. She looks like she's probably in her 40s, if I don't miss my guess. And she still would probably very much like things to be like cut and dried in the old order way of things of men and women dealing with one another. But you can tell from the rip here that she is a blank slate equalist. It's all about, if men do it, it's what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If there's an action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And that is simply false. In physics, maybe it's true. But in reality, and here, here on the ground, on planet Earth, amongst men and women, it is false. And men and women are different to the point where we have like different, competing adversarial mating strategies. And so to use the analogy of like the car, which I understand, and for girls who are like 18 to 25 years old or whatever, they're going to get it. They're going to definitely go, oh, okay, I never thought about it that way, right? But she's not going to get that. What does she default to? I'm not your property. I'm not going to take your last name. I'm not gonna get married. I don't want to do any of this stuff. No. That's what it is. It's all about, we're not really your property. That's not what this has to do. It has no idea. There's nothing that says that Myron and Fresh want to like own a woman. I made this point. I made this expressly clear on the last after hour show that I did with the French Canadian chick that I had to bug out of. Sorry guys, but I had a flight to catch literally that morning. So it's like I had to get out of there, but I think I made my point during that after hour show. It was the last one I did with Fresh and Fit. And it was, I don't want to own a woman. I want her to comply. I want her to be, I want her to want me. I think that is like, it totally escapes women. I said this on that show. I said, every man loves a slut. He just wants her to be his slut. He just wants her to do all that stuff for only him. Yes, be a slut, wear lingerie, look hot, look sexy. Go, please let me see you on the beach. Let me see you in this, like go nuts, man. I want to be your ultimate apex sexual experience. And why else would any guy want to get married or want to put his life on the line or to commit himself to forsaking all others, marriage vow, right? To give up his R-selected, unlimited access to unlimited sexuality strategy for one woman? Well, 2 reasons. You only fuck me and the kids are always mine. That's really what it comes down to. But the thing is if I'm not the ultimate, if I'm not the best she's ever had, then why would I, or she's not the best I've ever had, or she's not like genuinely into me, then why am I there? Why am I bothering with any of this? Why am I even talking about this? If I have to mitigate and sort of like lower my expectations in that, and that's what I was trying to make, the point I was trying to make during the after hour show was this, is that when we're talking about genuine desire, and I tried to put, and I really wish you could have put this in, again, I realize the time constraints here, but I really wish it could have been like, I'm not interested in owning a woman. I'm interested in that woman wanting to be owned. That's why. So whenever I hear like people say, well, women need to submit to men, it's in the Bible, right? Wives, submit to your husbands. Okay. Thank you, God. Yes. Good idea. Tell these women to make my life easier, Lord. But that's not what it's really about. It's, you've got to be the guy that she wants to submit to. Cause I don't want obligation. I don't want to, I keep saying, genuine desire. If you cannot negotiate genuine desire, I said this on that after hour show. And if you are negotiating genuine desire, it only leads to obligated compliance. I don't want obligated compliance. I don't want to have to say, take your damn photos off of Instagram. We are a couple now. It's like, I also brought up the soft launch. You guys know I'm talking about. A soft launch is? Soft launch is when the girl shows like she's holding hands with the guy on Instagram. Or I talked about that. Torsha knows what a soft launch is, right? I was on the show with Adam Sosnick and the Israeli girl and Torsha, and she was bringing up that's a soft launch. I was like, I didn't know there was a term for it. I'd seen it, but I didn't know there was a term. The term is this, is that you don't show boyfriends on your Instagram. That's why that's a thing. If you'd have brought that up with Jackie oh my God. Do you know what a soft launch is, Jackie? Probably you don't, right? It's just showing like you got your hand holding hands with the new boyfriend. You're not like official just yet. You show, what was it? You show your feet together on the beach somewhere, and there's like a man foot and your foot there, so that people get the idea that, oh, maybe she's got a new boyfriend. Oh, she's just trying to amp up, engagement. But that's where we're at right now. We're the soft launch era. It can't be just show his face. And you know why they don't do, why there is such a thing as a soft launch is because the moment that girl puts the picture of the new boyfriend on there, her market capital plummets. Her sexual market value capital, or like the idea that she might be available, plummets. And that is especially dangerous if she's like Belle Delphine, or if she's on Instagram, or if she's on, or not Instagram, if she's on OnlyFans. Market capital plummets when the guy's face shows up, because now somebody's got her, somebody's using her, somebody's tapping that ass, and it ain't you. So when I see stuff like that, and when there's things like a soft launch, because women want to sort of like ease their followers or their cult or whether their army of orbiters into, I'm not going to say the S word because I'm on Twitch right now, but you know what I'm talking about. Their army of orbiters. They want those guys to still believe that they're still attainable. As I said, it's especially damaging for women who are on OnlyFans, who rely on the perception that they're available, that they don't have a boyfriend. Oh, I don't have a boyfriend. Get with me. Like, and meanwhile, she's like in Aruba living on the money you gave to her. Right. So bear that in mind, because that right there, like the idea of an Instagram soft launch completely destroys Jackie's like reason. I don't even need stats for that. All I got to do is just go look, because that's where women get their affirmation, is from Instagram. It's from social media. As I've said before, social media is every bit as addicting. It is the parallel to men's addiction to pornography. Social media is just as addicting to women, because it provides something that's a basic kind of like hindbrain, lizard brain, like need for women. And just because it's not like directly sex and men's is directly sex, that it makes that addiction very dirty and very guilty. And I'm a dirty coomer. That kind of stuff. I gotta go no fap. I got a problem, Rollo. How do I get out of it? Like, who's not asking that? Women. Women aren't going, Rollo, help me get off social media. I can't do it. Nobody said there ain't no, maybe not that I know of, maybe there is, but not that, to my knowledge, there is no, program for women that says, oh, ladies, are you addicted to social media? Are you posting ass shots on Instagram all the time? Well, guess what? You might have a problem. Come to Ass Shots Anonymous. Come to whatever. And I posed this actually on one of the shows. I said, it's just like a gambling addiction for women. Because you get that, they get a dopamine hit, they get that high, just like, well, high, but it's like that, it's the reward center in the brain that keeps them coming back for more. The reason I know that is because when I worked at like International Game Technology, and I worked for casinos for damn near most of my career, right? Yes, that's why they have Gamblers Anonymous, like brochures at the Players Club. Got a problem? We can help. Because it's the same dynamic. It's like a gambling addiction. And again, it's habituation really is what it is. But you could say you're habituated to the dopamine hit or the endorphins that you get every time you pull the slot machine. It's the same thing for women, but there ain't no, got a problem, ladies? Here's the brochure. Get off of social media. That doesn't happen. Because one's appropriate and one's dirty sexual. God, there's only one thing men want, and it's disgusting. It's the same thing, but we just don't call it that. But when we call them out and we say, you know what, are you with me or are you not with me? Oh, I'm with you. Okay. Then why are you still on Instagram? That conversation between a guy and that woman should never take place. That was what I was arguing. That should never take place. She should have already done it. The moment you're like, oh man, this guy's the shit. He's the one. He's the guy I want to get with, number one, but he's the guy I want to be with. He's the guy whose babies I want to have. I don't need this Instagram thing anymore. See ya, suckers. Delete it or delete those pictures off. Would it be the same? I actually had this conversation with another woman about that same, because this is a hot topic, right? This topic, like, oh, women should delete their Instagram. That's when the number one terrestrial radio show in Sydney, Australia, calls you up and says, hey, we'd like to talk to you. Yeah, because it's good. It's red meat. It's red meat for them. That's the new hotness, to say that women should take their pictures off of Instagram. Oh my God, are you kidding? And leave myself at a disadvantage in the sexual market and the global sexual marketplace. Myron, you must be a misogynist. Look how rabid. Look at the. We're going to get to it here in a minute, but look how rabid the response is to the suggestion that a woman take her pictures off of Instagram. I try to, I don't think I made this. I've done this privately with the guys, but I've said this. I said, like, when you bring this up, that's what really drives the outrage. It's outrage brokership is what it is. That's what really made the outrage for Flagrant 2. It really made the outrage bait for like a lot of different podcasts that want to talk about this. They don't care about like the fact that these guys have been on for a year and a half and they're like dominating. They don't care about that. They don't care about the regular shows. They don't care about shit like, they don't care about ROLLO TOMASSI. You know what they care about? Those guys said that women should take, that's okay for men to cheat and women should take their Instagram pictures down. Suggest that a woman take her ass shot, sell an ass on Instagram. Suggest that that's a bad idea. Suggest that maybe you have a problem and you need to go to, I don't know, Ass Instagram Anonymous, whatever we're going to call it. Suggest that and point out the fact that, it's every bit as addicting as pornography for men. Oh my God, are you kidding? No. Well, what about men? That's where we're going to go. What about men? What about these? What about? That's pretty much the functional equivalent of who hurt you. Mommy didn't love you, did she? Have you ever been in love? Myron, what were your parents like? What am I on the fainting couch? And why is it that we like presume that women are like, they understand like psychology, like just poof, they're just born with this knowledge of Freudian psychotherapy. Oh, so, but I wanted to point that out because when you suggest that a woman, is particularly a young woman, take her Instagram pictures down, what happens is you get, oh, you don't own me. I don't want to own you. I want you to take them down without me even having to ask. I want you. I don't want to negotiate for your desire. I want to know that it's like right there, like it's unnegotiable. Like you're a ride or die from the rip. And that's I don't want to have the conversation of if I've taken, God forbid, I don't know why you would, but like if I've taken the step of saying, you know what, I'm gonna let all my plates go and I'm gonna be with you exclusively. But if that's the case, then the conversation of, oh, well, but I want you to make us official. I don't want a soft launch. Like, God, that is the most insulting fucking thing I've ever seen, is the soft launch. Because women know damn well that if they do that, then they're fucked. They're fucked with the engagement. They're screwed with likes, which is pretty much what you want to talk about. The gambling addiction that is social media, it plummets. The good feelings and the likes and everything else goes away because you're never going to get the same kind of engagement with just like a dude in the picture or just your picture of your funny little dog or whatever you're eating at the restaurant. That doesn't get nearly the engagement of you like in a G-string in South Beach. Women know this. Men know this. This is not I'm not explaining anything new. But I don't want to have that conversation. In fact, if you have genuine desire, that conversation never happens. I don't want obligated compliance. I don't want to own you. I want you to want to be owned. Do you guys get that? It's like that Cheap Trick song. Like, I want you to want me. I need you to need me. I love you to love me. Right? That's really, I mean, think that there's a brilliance in that. I want that. I want you to want me. Because if you don't, then why am I here? Why am I wasting my time with you? There's a million other chicks I could get with. Or if I'm a high value man, like we're all supposed to be, even if I'm not a high value man, I can go. I don't need to compromise my innate mating strategy, particularly in a global sexual marketplace anymore. So if you want, ladies, here's some advice. Here's some more prescription advice from Dr. Rollo. If you want to get with a guy, if you're really solid with a guy, put him immediately on Instagram. Put him immediately. You want to talk about a real, or if you're going to keep Instagram, that is, right? Dump all that other stuff and put nothing but pictures of you and him on there. Hey, now we're together. Because what that is that shows not contrition, but it shows the fact that you're willing to sacrifice the engagement and everything else that comes along with having an Instagram account. I am now taken. Here it is. No soft launch, no nothing. This is the dude. I'm so confident in this and that this is what I want. But most women aren't like that. They won't do that. They will never give it up. And that's why you get this violent, I mean, hostile response just at the suggestion that a woman ought to take those pictures down on her, in my opinion, on her own accord. But even if Myron's saying, well, if you have this conversation, say, like, I want you to take those down, that puts women into this mental state, right? And what I mean by that is, like, when you watch like a horror movie, your hindbrain doesn't know that you're actually not in some dark house being stalked by some maniacal killer. That's why we like scary movies. We still want to have that feeling of fear, but we're really just watching a movie, right? But your hindbrain, your subconscious, your like lizard brain, your instinctual brain doesn't know that. It just knows that here's what's going on. That's why you cry at movies. You watch Marley and Me. Did you cry at that? Like when Marley dies, the dog. Oh, it's a movie. The dog probably is just fine. The real dog is probably fine, but the story in your mind goes, oh, I can't believe that. Like that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So when you suggest take down your Instagram, that's like watching the movie. It's like women have to momentarily put themselves into the state of thinking about, like, imagining, okay, I got to take down my pictures. And so and all of this happens like in a split second. Like, oh my God, I can't believe you'd suggest such a thing. You don't own me. I don't want to own you. I want you to do it on your own. That conversation will never, ever happen, by the way.
can post what we
That's
want.
me.
You have an insecurity with
finish.
that. That's on you.
Let me finish.
I'm letting you finish, but every time I let
You're
you
literally
finish,
cutting me off right now. Like I'm
I know. Okay,
yeah,
go.
What
are you laughing at?
No, I'm laughing because you're not letting me finish. So my point is this.
I did.
My point is simply this. Men, that's how men view relationships with women. They might not admit this, but men are territorial with their women. This is why women that are promiscuous have a very difficult time getting men to commit to them, because men don't want to be with women that other men have been with, or they don't want a girl that has high mileage. That's why when you went to the dealership, you paid full price for that vehicle, brought it back home, and then someone said, hey, I want to still be able to see it or whatever. You had a point of contention with that. Why? Because you paid full price for the vehicle and you feel like you're getting used and abused when you put all the money down. That's how men view relationships and marriage with women. If I'm going to give you my last name, you cannot go out there and embarrass me. Men and women are not the same when it comes to relationships.
Can I now say something?
Please go
Women
ahead.
sometimes feel the same way. We could be in a relationship with a man.
Okay. Ooh, men do it too. Ooh, there's a counterbalance. Ooh, see, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Ooh, equal and opposite reaction. Notice that that's the first default that she comes back to because she's got nothing else. I think she later on she's going to get into the possessiveness or we're not owned by you. And that's not what this is about. And I like I said before, I like the analogy of the car dealership. That's fine. And then he backs it up with, if I'm with you, then I'm investing in you. I didn't really say invest, but if I'm with you, I want to know that I'm with a girl that no other guy is with. And I don't think it's so much that. I think, because like I said, every man wants a slut. He just wants her to be his slut. And so it's not the sexy pictures. It's the advertising aspect of it. Because and the only reason we're even having this conversation right now is because never in human history have we had the ease and the facility, whatever, with women being able to advertise their sexuality to this degree. I can remember when women would give me all kinds of grief because I especially in my rock star 20s, I had a type, man. I wanted blonde hair, blue eyed, big tits, whatever. And it's not that I did that all the time. I might mix it up with a redhead or a brunette or something like that. And, a nice Vietnamese girl. But the thing is that I was always given this grief about like, oh, well, you men have this impossibly high standard of beauty and those girls that are in those magazines or the girls you want to get, they're all airbrushed, right? They're all fake. They're all this, they're all that, right? They're not real. They're all touched up. I can't compete with that. Right? Blah, 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 blah. The girls in the bikinis, the girls in the lingerie, and you'll still hear that occasionally today. I can't look like a girl who's on the cover of Cosmopolitan. No, you can't. But that's the first thing you do is you go get Facetune or Face App or whatever it is. And women will go and do it themselves. They will happily do that. They do everything they have ever complained about when it comes to like double standards of beauty, or when it comes to like impossibly high, beauty is just a social construct, blah, blah. And then like in the next breath, they're overdoing like Facetune or whatever. If that's really the case, or they're looking for like, boob job, or they're getting a Brazilian butt lift, or they're getting, they're making their lips like grossly inflated. I don't know why. When did that become hot? Does anybody like that? Does anybody really like big boo-foo lips? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's a generational thing, but I do not like them big old. I mean, you look like a Bratz doll, for crying out loud. Like, stop it, ladies. Stop it with the Bratz dolls thing. Okay. And then also like the little cat's eye thing that you do with the mascara. That was hot probably about 2 years ago. Stop it. Everybody's doing it. Find something new. Stand out. But the fact of the matter is like, it's not so much about like ownership. It's not about like, oh, I want to know that I'm with a girl that no other guy's with. It's the fact that she still is advertising while she's with me. Why is she doing a soft launch? Why are those pictures still up there? If she says she's with me and she's exclusive with me, why is she still like that? If she had genuine desire for me to the point where she was willing to sacrifice that for me, if I was the one whose babies she wants to have, then why would I do that? Then why is she still doing that? And again, at no other time in human history have women had the access to advertising their sexuality to so broad a sexual marketplace. So to suggest that women ought not to do that sounds like foolishness. It sounds like crazy. What are you you're talking crazy. And so instead of understanding the dynamic that I've just laid out here in no uncertain terms, instead of like trying to have the insight about that or trying to understand that perspective, it's how dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you suggest that I take that? You don't own me. Well, if you don't want to be owned by me, then I don't want to be with you. Well, you must be insecure. No, well, here's the thing. I am secure enough in my masculinity to know what I want. And I want a woman who I don't have to even ask that. I was talking about this when I came back from Miami with my own wife, right? And I can remember when we were getting married and she was changing her name. And there was no conversation about, oh, I want to hyphenate my last name. Oh, I don't want your last name. Oh, I've already printed my business cards and I'm an attorney and I don't want your last name. That conversation never took place. Never happened. Go look for my wife right now. You will not find her on any social media. I guarantee it. You will not find it. Please do go waste your time. I know some of my trolls certainly have, but you will not find one. And not because Rollo, he keeps her under his thumb. He's just rules the house like an iron fist. There are plenty of women who have accused me of that. I don't have to. Because she doesn't want to. That's the difference. You want to talk about I am the game, the internalized thing where I go and I was just mouthing off to the Sloan here just a little while ago when I'm talking about, become the game, internalize the game, right? It becomes part of your personality, it becomes part of who you are. And who my wife is not the girl, is not the woman, the girl and the woman who would have a social media account. I mean, I've got my family's Facebook account, but she doesn't post pictures on that. I do. And not because I'm ruling the roost or anything. She just simply has no earthly interest in any of that stuff. That's what I'm talking about. Genuine desire, organic desire, unobligated desire. That's where this goes. And that's something Jackie O and women just like her will never understand. You want to know why marriage rates are plummeting? You want to know why fertility rates are plummeting? Is because women don't ever get to that point. Because first of all, they're spoiled for choice in a seller's market, and they know they're in a seller's market. And they've been raised from the time they're 5 years old to never trust a man because they're either ridiculous, incompetent, or they're abusive. Those are the three choices that we present women with, or the popular idea of what a man is, right? He's incompetent, he's ridiculous, or he is borderline abusive. Those are the choices you get. Well, if that's the case, then you have to provide your own security. And you know what part of that security is? Keeping your pictures on Instagram in case something in case it all blows up. At least I know I've got my Instagram still here ready. And those sexy shots that he took of me on the beach in my G-string bikini in South Beach, those are still up at least. At least I can still get interest from a guy. The guys that, remember, she would say, oh, you might get 50 and he gets 20. Okay, well, even still, that dynamic, the fact is you're hedging your bets. One of the things I don't really talk about on the after hour shows when these topics come up, why is it so offensive? What is the latent purpose? Let's distill that down. What is the latent purpose of women keeping their images on Instagram after they are officially with a guy? Why would they want to do that? Now, women will make up these rationales about, well, I want to be sexy and I want my friends and this and that. This is how I keep in touch and this is how I make a living. Ooh, right? Well, the problem with that is that what you're doing is you're hedging your bets. That's what women do. The latent function is to hedge your bets. In case everything goes to hell, at least I still have this. At least I still have my pictures. Like one of those girls on the after hour show, she was like, well, why don't you just simply take the pictures and keep them on your phone and you don't put them out there for anybody else? Are there any, maybe this is a better question, ladies, if you're watching, if you're playing the home game with the Rollo Tomassi show here, right? Are there pictures that you will not put on Instagram that you will only give to your man? Are there things you will wear only for him? Like, do you go to, I don't know, wherever, lingerie, you go to Victoria's Secret, right? Or Fredericks of Hollywood. You go somewhere and you buy something really sexy and you don't take pictures of it and you don't go to a professional photographer and you don't use HDR photo imaging or whatever and put it on Instagram. Are there only things that you will wear for your man or the guy that you're with that you wouldn't even consider? Like, you know what? I'm not going to put that on Instagram because that's just for him, because he's the man. He's the one I want to get with. He's the one I want to turn on with this stuff. I would argue that there are very few women that do that because it's an opportunity. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you show yourself and go sell ass on Instagram? Why wouldn't you want to do that? You got to hedge your bets. You don't know if that guy's going to implode on you somewhere down. He might cheat. He might listen to ROLLO. That you're hedging your bets. That's why Instagram pictures or any social media, whatever, that's why that is a thing. And we've talked about like how women can't escape their digital footprint. I mean, the stuff you delete, ladies, somebody's got it somewhere. It was screen capped, or maybe you can go on Wayback Machine or whatever. I don't know. It's been cached. It's been archived. It's somewhere. That girl, Selena Powell, who wanted to delete all of her OnlyFans videos because she's afraid that her dad was going to see her butthole on her kids or whatever. If maybe she'll become a grandmother at some point, and her grandkids will go, "Oh, look, mommy's butthole." Or what was it? I showed this at the end of the last video. Kim Kardashian's kid finds their sex tape, but somebody sends it to the kid on his iPad or whatever. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Grandma Kim really got after it with Kanye. Woo, look, here we go. Spicy stuff, Grandma. Women don't look at the picture. They don't have any sense for insight. They don't, because it's not conducive to optimizing hypergamy. That's why women are solipsistic as well. God forbid they get into that topic here. But the point of this, the reason why there is so much intense outrage for this is because it says, no, ladies, you shouldn't hedge your bets. Even though you have this wonderful invention called the internet that can help you do that in the most efficient way we've ever imagined in human history, you should take them off. Yeah. Like that's going to happen. You want to know why there is a visceral reaction to this stuff. And it's like I said, it's innate. It's not, it's like part of who they are. That's why.
Who's gorgeous, and he's posting shirtless tops on Instagram, and we feel like, oh, that a man who's gorgeous.
That's by the way, that's what she looks like. I'll hold on. I missed the stream here. This
thirst trap, right? You're wanting attention. So why is it different? You just think it's okay for a guy to do it, but not okay for a girl to do it because you're territorial. We can be territorial too, but it goes back to my point.
The worst thing is a territorial
woman.
woman.
Is that you just don't own someone. Like, your analogy about the car is way off, because that is something I've paid for and I own. In a relationship, I don't pay for it and I don't own the person.
Here's the thing: you're letting your feelings, right, get in the way of understanding the basic.
I'm not. I'm thinking rationally. I'm really not.
Can I please finish my point? I let you speak.
You love saying that. You say that.
Fresh is just losing his shit on this one too. Now this gets back to the part where we were looking at. This is actually it.
He's posting shirtless tops on Instagram, and we feel like, oh, that that's a thirst trap, right? You're wanting attention. So why is it different? You just think it's okay for a guy to do it, but not okay for a girl to do it because you're territorial. We can be territorial too, but.
Okay, men do it too. We got to that part. All right, let me go back to this one. This is
really a passive-aggressive way of having a conversation. Not really, because I see what you're doing. I see right through it, but go ahead.
Here's the thing. I'm explaining to you how men view relationships. You might not like it. It might hurt your feelings. You might say, I'm not a piece of property or whatever, but with all due respect, fuck your feelings. This is how men view relationships.
Your feelings. I don't care about your feelings either. You're actually misogynistic and egotistic.
Okay, so I would have kept that out, not because it's great radio. Don't get me wrong. Fuck your feelings. Hell, even God Sod is actually the one who said that to Joe Rogan. Well, when he was talking about feelings with Joe Rogan. So when I say fuck your feelings, it's usually I'm quoting God Sod. But of course, where does she go with this? What happens right after this? Oh, fuck your feelings. Now she thinks she provoked an emotional response out of him. Whereas Myron's trying to say, look, like your feelings don't matter. The facts matter. The data matters. The empirical, my reasoning on this side, look at what I'm reasoning here. But you're approaching what he's trying to do, and maybe unsuccessfully, is saying, like, you're allowing your emotions to like sort of cloud what we're saying, what we're talking about here. And it's not because what she's saying, she is convinced that Myron and Fresh are the guys she heard about in her women's studies class whenever she was in college, like 10, 20 years ago, right? She's convinced that these are finally, I've got these guys, I've got these villains on my show, and they're speaking all that stuff that my feminist, teachers taught me about in my women's studies class back in, I don't know, Sydney, Australia University, right? My feminist university. Now I got these guys, right? And that's what she's been trained. She's been taught that's the like defer to that rationale. And so I think telling her, fuck your feelings, of course, how's she going to take that? I know what he was saying, but she's going to go, fuck your feelings too. Right. And now it's this schoolyard shouting match, unfortunately. But it progresses. Let's keep
cool. And it's a kind of a concern, the way you view relationships, like you have ownership of women. Yeah, that's kind of how it's coming across.
When did we say we own women?
Yeah, when did we say that?
It's like, if I'm going to give you my last name and I'm going to commit to you, then you're not allowed to have a for sale sign around your neck by being in a bikini. That kind of behavior is like, that scares me in a relationship.
Well, remember,
I would never want to be with a guy that is like that.
Okay. What scares me in a relationship? What would scare me? Fortunately, I don't have to deal with this, but I would tell my daughter this for sure. You know what would scare me in a relationship is that woman did not take them down unasked, unsolicited, that I had to be the one to actually go and make that and say, this is a problem for me. Don't make me do that. Don't make me have to be, because you know what? I doubt your desire for me. I doubt, because what that says to me is like, okay, well, I'm with you. Okay, we did our soft launch and now we're actually a thing. Would it be different? Let me ask you this. Here's another hypothetical. Would it be different for a guy? See, she uses the parallel of, well, a guy can go and put, sexy shirtless pictures on his thing and women can like want to get with him. That's not even in the same realm. I'll tell you why it's not in the same realm, because this is in the same realm. What if that guy kept his contacts with his ex-girlfriends? What if he kept pictures of his ex-girlfriends up on Instagram? Would that make women feel bad? Well, I just want to keep them up there because, she's a sweet person and blah, blah, blah. We broke up on amicable terms. Do you think that women could rightly make the case that if a guy had pictures of his ex with him on Instagram, instead of fishing pictures, Torsha, had a picture of like, and maybe several of them, or maybe this, what if, and this is here's a better what if, you want to get whataboutism, what if that guy was still talking to his ex and taking pictures with his ex and putting them on Instagram? Would you have a problem with that? Would that be different than women putting up bikini shots and sexually advertising on Instagram? Would that be different? Well, yeah, it would be, blah, 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 because the dynamic changes. Myron, Fresh, if you're watching this, use that instead of the I own a car, the new car analogy, which is still good. I'm not going to use it with the girls on the show, right? But here's a better one. Would you, and ask these women, in fact, this will be a great one. Maybe I'll try to call in the next time, or I'll throw this one in the chat next time they do an after hours show. Would women who they are with, who they have already committed with, who they've already been in some sort of like, okay, are we boyfriend and girlfriend? Yeah, what? In some sort of relationship with, would those women be okay if that guy didn't take down pictures of his ex? Would that be different? Or would it be different if the guy said, you know what, I'm going to go see my old girlfriend, Jackie here, and we're going to take pictures together. We're just friends. Don't worry. Don't worry about her. It's all fine. She's just still a really good friend. And I want to put pictures of her on my Instagram. Even though you've been with this guy, I don't know, 6 months, 8 months, would that still be okay? Because that's essentially the same thing. I'm broadcasting the fact that I'm still with my ex and that I've also got this new chick. Would that be an analogous like proposition? I think so, because you can't just say when you go and you say, well, men view it this way and they want to know that the chick is theirs. And if they're advertising it and the dealership wants to, sell your car or whatever, it needs to be expressed in terms of like, what's the latent function of women wanting to do that? Because really the reason why it's an insult to any guy, especially any high value guy that women all claim they want to have, any high value guy is not going to put up with that. In fact, any high value guy shouldn't even bother with having the conversation, or shouldn't have to bother. I made this analogy as well. When I was on Fresh and Fit and I was doing the after hours show, I talked about it like this. When you go to a restaurant and the service is bad and the food is bad and you're like, oh God, this sucks. I can't believe this. Most people won't go to the management and say, you know what, here's what you did wrong. They won't go to the host or the waitress or whatever and say, here's how you can improve. They don't do that. You know what they do? They walk out the door. They just walk out the door and they never come back. Maybe they leave a bad, review on Yelp or something like that. But by and large, people just don't want to be bothered with that. They're like, okay, it sucks. I'm never going back to that place again. And they vote with their feet and they walk out. That's the same dynamic that guys ought to have with women when it comes to like, putting Instagram pictures up or soft launches or whatever the hell we're talking about. Right? That should be the attitude. Vote with your feet. Walk and don't bother. And the tragedy of all that is that women will never understand. They'll never get the constructive criticism because they'll never get it through their heads, because you get a woman like Jackie here who simply doesn't want to hear it. She thinks it's all about ownership. It's patriarchy and misogyny and blah, blah, blah. No, it's not. It's about simple logistics is what it's about. It's not about what your, teachers in your women's studies classes taught you. It's about logistics. High value guys aren't going to explain what you did wrong. And here we got these guys. Oh, they're betas. They're chumps. Oh, they're just dorks. Ooh. Okay. But you know what they're doing? They're telling you what the high value guy who walked out of your fucking restaurant won't tell you. That's what they're telling you. You should be thanking your lucky stars for Myron and Fresh. They're putting it in no uncertain terms and they're giving you a great show while they're doing it. That's what should happen. But what's going to happen now is women who are going to agree with this. Like if somebody was saying, I couldn't believe the stuff I saw on TikTok, blah, 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 with, because it went like, I guess Jackie put some of this stuff on her, on her TikTok. Right. And of course the replies were, I can't believe this guy's a misogynist, blah, 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 blah. Right. Well, yeah, but you know what? They're doing you a favor, ladies, by telling you what's wrong with your restaurant. You're not going to hear that from the guys who are just like, I'm out. I'm not going to bother with this crap. And you know what they're going to, what women do when that happens? They go, well, fine, go ahead. Fuck you. I'm going to get plenty of girl. I got plenty of pictures on Instagram still. I can go get another guy just like you. That's what you're never going to hear that. They're doing you the favor.
A woman can do whatever she wants.
She can do whatever she wants, honestly.
Saying, our standards are this. If you want to comply, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
And remember, we're talking about a committed relationship with a man. So if you put pictures like that on the internet, that's fine. You can do it. We never said you can't do it. You're putting words in our mouth. I'm simply saying, if I'm going to commit to you, give you marriage, give you a title, give you a ring, give you children, I expect a certain type of woman. Why is it that when men have standards,
she's giving you all those things too?
Exactly. I love it how it's
she's
just
giving you women.
No.
You're giving it to us.
Let me finish.
We should be so thankful.
Let me finish. When a man gives because here's the thing: women control sex, men control relationships. So since I'm the gatekeeper to relationships, you want to take my last name. Last time I checked, girls want to walk down an aisle in a white dress with their father leading them. Correct? To a man. Women are the ones that want security in a marriage. So if I'm a man and I'm going to give you that, I need to vet you and make sure that you are a good candidate to be my wife.
Oh my God, I want to vomit listening to what you're saying. First of all, do you live in the 1960s? Women are making their own money these days, my friend. I am the one that supports.
No, actually, we're living on the sub-Saharan African savannas in about 200,000 years ago, Jackie. That's where we're living. Not the 1950s, not Leave It to Beaver, not Father Knows Best, not some mythological, golden era for manly men and patriarchy and misogyny. No, you and them and me and everyone else were still the same critters we were 100,000, 200,000 years ago. Same thing. Men want to know that the baby is theirs. That's why. And if you are advertising your ass on Instagram, it's probably a good bet that the baby isn't theirs. And even if it is theirs, the doubt still remains because you're there trying to advertise your sexuality or your availability. That's what men vet for, by the way. You want to know what like when people ask me, oh, Rollo, what should we vet women for? Here's what you want to know what they innately vet for. They vet for sexual access. Is she hot? Is she hot and is she available? Essentially, is what it comes down to. Is she fitness wise? Is she somebody that I could get after it with? Yes. Okay. And usually that's a bar this high, right? Is she available? That's actually more concerning, I think, than is she hot enough? Guys, especially you want to know why pornography is very popular and very addicting, and it's the equivalent of social media for women. That's why, because it represents that. Unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. Now, unlimited access is really the hardest part of unlimited sexuality. Guys would very much like to have unlimited sexuality, but with one chick. As I said, every man loves a slut. He just wants her to be his slut. So if I can't get unlimited access, at least I can get unlimited sexuality. That's what guys want. That's what most guys think that monogamy is going to be for them when they get married or when they get in a long-term relationship or whatever else. And then of course they find out that they're in a sexless marriage or whatever it is. But I'm not allowed to own you. Okay, don't you know this is 2022? Women make their own money. That you notice that's the default. Like trigger. Boom. Oh, that's what I'm supposed to say during this when somebody brings this up. It's like a template. It's not even like that. She doesn't like stop to go, I wonder if that's true. No. Pooh. Oh, I can't believe you would say something. I want to vomit. Well, maybe some of that is terrestrial radio, but that's the knee-jerk reaction.
What's the man in a relationship? I don't need security from a man.
Okay, that might be you. But
Okay, Jackie. Then why would any man want to be with you? Then why, not even that, why would you want to be with any man? Why? What's the point? I think that question needs to get asked a whole lot more than it does in the manosphere. Because when you have the opportunity that Myron and Fresh do all the time, this comes up all the time. I make my own money. What do you bring to the table? I make my own money. I don't need no man. Okay. And the reason why you hear that I don't need no man, I make my own money, is because what that's saying, you want to know, here's the womanese, but here's the gynocentric translation for that is I can provide my own beta bucks. I don't need a beta. I don't need a provisioner. I don't need no man to pay for anything. I take care of I make my own damn. I walk like a boss, talk like a boss, right? Why? Well, because it covers the 3 Ps that are out of my book that just got plagiarized by some dude on Michaela Peterson's thing. I forget the guy's name. No offense. I won't take any offense to it, but 3 Ps. What are they? And what are those 3 Ps, children?
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Provisioning, protection, and parental investment. Straight out of book 3, by the way. And so when women can provide for those things, they go, I don't need no man because I can cover provisioning, protection, and parental investment. Even if they can't, the perception is that they can. That's what we're up against. That's why she gets so offended by this. Great. So Jackie can handle all those 3 Ps. Awesome. Why would you want to be in a relationship with any dude? Why? Well, I don't need a man, but I want a man. Okay. So now it's about choice rather than necessity. Great. At least we can clarify that. What kind of man do you want? Clearly, it's not the guy who can provide protection, provisioning, and parental investment. It doesn't make any difference. So what does that guy look like to you? Jackie? The guy who takes off his shirt on Instagram? The hot guy in the foam cannon party? The hot fireman in the fireman calendar? What does he look like? Oh, of course, if you ask that, it's stupid to ask this question because you'll get the, well, he got to be kind and loving and wants his, likes puppy dogs and loves his mom and wants kids and blah, 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 blah. No, you want to fuck the hot alpha in the foam cannon party. That's what you want to do. Why would you? Why would you ever? Why you want to know? You want to know why marriage rates are what they are right now? 5.1 per 1,000 because of exactly that mentality. I don't need, why women don't marry men who don't need men. That's why. You want to know why what was it? What was it? I think it was Dalrock was saying that marriage is only for the elites right now. You want to know why we're in a post-marriage society? Thank you, Aaron Clary. Because women don't need men. Women aren't on the menu anymore. Thank you, Aaron. Should have him on. They're not on the menu because they don't need you. They have no earthly need for you. They want to bang Chad and they want him to go away. They want to be, essentially, they want to be polygamous. That's what they want. It's a female initiated polygamy, but that's really what they want. They want to share an alpha. Was it Pook? Yeah, it was Pook. Pook was, I'm going to quote Pook. This is not me. I'm quoting Pook. Women would rather share a hot alpha, successful, hot, high value alpha than to be saddled with a faithful beta. Simple as that. Women make rules for betas and they break rules for alphas. Well, if you just got rid of that misogynistic attitude, mister, then you'd be acceptable to any woman. Those are rules. Jump through my hoops, Myron. Jump through my hoops, Fresh. Those are the rules. You got to think like I do, or you don't get any of this pussy. No, they do, because there's enough women that go, you know what? I don't want to get with these losers. I want to get with a guy like these dudes, right? Who got it going on. You could say that's with status or affluence or looks or whatever. I mean, find the criteria. The fact of the matter is that the women who want to marry men or the women who want to get with men, you don't have to marry them. They are there because they're there because they need those guys. They have a necessity for those guys. They make, the want is certainly there. The desire is there. It's like balancing hypergamy, right? Alpha fucks and beta bucks. Well, if beta bucks is pretty much a given, then what's left? Alpha seed. I can't believe
that's a lot of women.
No, actually, no.
Shit, I'm jumping in on Jackie's side.
Actually,
here.
No, hang on. Here's Palestine. She's wild. She's from Palestine. Don't muck with her. You're Molotov
Just so you know, I post bikini shots on my Instagram and I'm engaged and my partner is totally secure with that. You guys are full of shit.
You're a bit of a thirsty bitch, though, right? On there when you're doing. Who do you want attention from when you're doing this?
I'm not.
We can do it, guys.
We can do whatever we want. We're still gonna get proposed to, dickhead.
I guarantee you.
There's no need to be nasty.
He's not happy. I guarantee you.
I'm not being nasty. I'm literally like, I just think your views are really antiquated.
Here's the thing. Again, like I said.
Now we're at the part of the show where they wanted to be the whole time. All that buildup, all that nice, small talk bullshit. Oh, what do you think about this? Car dealership, that they're now where they wanted to be. They couldn't just start the show here and go, oh man, we can't just jump in. We got to get outrage bait here. And you'll notice that the other mouthy broad that comes in, I don't know who I didn't even get to see the video of her. I guess she's maybe a co-host or something. But she comes in, I'm getting married soon. And, and I don't, fresh, what I would have done, this is my instinctual question would have been, are you taking his last name? I would have asked that like point blank. Are you going to take his last name? Are your kids going to have his last name? Because, I mean, if you're in Italy right now, you can't actually even demand that as a man because they have changed the laws. What about that? Do you want to? Would you want to take his last name? Even if you had, let's just say for sake of argument, you had the option as a woman to say, you know what? I don't have to, or I could. I mean, really, you do now anyways, right? I don't have to take his last name, but I want to take his last name. I want his, another conversation. Like I said, I had with my wife was, there was never any, I want to keep my last name or hyphenate my last name. That was never a conversation. She had the option. She could still do it right now if she wanted to. She could go hyphenate it back to her maiden name or whatever. No problem. It wasn't even an afterthought because I'm the guy she wanted to have babies with. That's why. I didn't even realize it back then, but it's true. You're the guy. It's like, what did I say? Was it the Eva Mendes and Ryan Gosling? Right? Eva Mendes didn't want to have kids until she met Ryan Gosling. And now she really wants to have kids with Ryan Gosling. I'm not a mothering type, but then she meets Ryan Gosling, but I want to have his babies. So that Eva Mendes needs Ryan Gosling for some reason. Eva Mendes got a lot of money. So does Ryan Gosling, I guess, too. So there must be something there where she's ready to, have a point of contrition. Do you think Eva Mendes will it be Eva Gosling when they get married? Maybe not, because they're professional couples. I would argue this: Michaela Peterson will not take Jordan Fuller's last name, guaranteed. Somebody sent me a text. This is a complete bullshit aside. Sorry, but I got to throw it out there. Somebody sent me a text exchange. I think it was Jordan Fuller, who's the boyfriend. That's, I guess, their fiance, and he makes this big heartfelt, I can't wait to have you take my last name. Blah 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 blah. Right? I think maybe he saw something I texted not too long. Maybe he heard me say this. Right? And she's like, me neither. That was all. That was the only response. I'm like, ooh, that doesn't sound too enthusiastic. And I will guarantee you she probably won't take his last name. It'll be Peterson Fuller, or it'll be just Peterson, because there's too much associated with that name, like professionally for sure. But for a woman who wants to be a quote unquote Christian woman and wants to defer to the authority of her husband. Yeah. And again, that's really what we're talking about here, is authority. Like, oh, I want to be in an equal partnership. Like, these women on this show think that like everything's about blank slate equalism. I don't want to be owned by any man. No, you do. You just don't want to be owned by a guy who's a bum or has a potential to be a bum. You don't want to be married to a guy who's not necessarily your equal. Like, you'll notice that the mouthy broad that kind of just came in just a minute, or the co-host, she was like, he's secure enough in his masculinity that he doesn't anything like you guys, right? We don't know that. All she's doing is asserting this. But notice that she drops into security. Oh, a real man would be secure enough to let his fiance, or a real man like Steph Curry would be just totally fine and secure in his masculinity enough to let Aisha Curry, after 2 kids, keep an Instagram profile. You're already with a guy who's a high value guy. He's in good shape. He's a freaking Hall of Fame, NBA player, and you still can't let go of the gram. You don't want to let go of the gram. And I will guarantee you that the boyfriend or the fiance of the mouthy broad that was just on a second ago, I will guarantee you that guy, it's not about being secure. He just doesn't have any choice. It's one thing to be secure and go, hey, well, I guess that's okay. I don't have to worry about it. You know what's funny is, if that were, let's just say for sake of argument, let's take that at face value. Oh, he's secure enough in his masculinity to be okay with these Instagram pictures. Yeah. You know what he's secure in? If that's what you're coming at, it's not that he's secure enough in his masculinity. You could make the case then that he's secure enough to know that if I cheat on him, he can go fuck some other chick. That's what that security is based on. He's secure enough in his masculinity to say, you know what, you can go ahead and do that. Do well all you want. Go ahead, put your ass pictures up there. Appease your ego. It's okay. It's all good, because I'm secure enough in my masculinity to know that there's a bunch of other chicks out there who want to suck my cock anytime. That's really what you're saying. It's okay. He's so high value. He's secure enough to know that he can employ overt dread on me. That's really where that comes back down to. And I think Fresh Myron, if you get into this situation again, where you get the quote unquote masculine security caveat, the masculine security, it's really shaming, I know, but it's the masculine security gambit. What you ought to say is this: oh, so you're secure enough. He's secure enough in his masculinity to know that he can replace your ass if some dude on Instagram wants to meet you at a hotel somewhere. Is that it? Is that the security we're talking about? Or is it like some fabricated fantasy of you thinking, well, he trusts me implicitly? No, his security, masculine security, because he experiences the sexual marketplace way differently than you do. What you're essentially saying is he's secure enough in his own masculinity that he can go bang whoever the hell he wants to bang. And that is not a relation. That's nothing to build a relation. That's nothing to be proud of, baby. That's nothing to be proud of. But that's not really what she means. Although I think that should be something that guys like confront women with when they get that. But what she really means is this: well, he's a real man, and real men let their women go on Instagram and just sell their ass no matter whether they're taken or not. And they do a soft launch and they even show a picture of them. That would have been another great question that they should have asked. I would have said this: oh, he's secure enough that he's okay. We're going to get married, blah, blah, blah. Fresh tried to get a jab in there. Good work, Fresh. You get two bonus points for that. You tried to get in there, but the real reason behind all of this is she's trying to basically make him into a straw man that will shame other guys. Well, a real man would let his woman would respect her enough to let her do that. No, a real man would walk out of your restaurant, would walk away, would not even tell you why he walked away. He must have just been a dork. There must have been something where he must have been insecure. No, he just doesn't want to deal with your bullshit. He's high enough value to know the difference between transactional sex and validational sex. He's secure enough in his masculinity to not put up with that bullshit, or not to and instinctively not put up with that bullshit. Not to have the conversation with you and tell you, here's why I'm leaving you. Not to talk to the management of the restaurant. Here's why your food sucks. Bye. Comply. I know Fresh tried to do this. He was trying to do the Tate thing. He was trying to do comply or goodbye. It's not compliance. It's not about compliance. It's about desire, because that compliance is obligation. I don't want a woman to feel compelled to do those things. I want her to do them naturally. I want her to have so much genuine, hot, burning, own your soul desire that I don't even have that conversation. Never comes up. I want her to have such a desire to have my babies that there's never even an issue of like, well, she's going to change her name. I want a woman who's going to be like, you're the man whose babies I want to have. And it doesn't even have to be verbalized. She does that. You know how she expresses that? By breaking rules for you. That's how, not making rules for you. A real man does X. That's making rules. That is the rules. Do these rules and you'll be a real man. No, you won't. Because you're not even in a relationship with this chick and she's making rules for you. Get the fuck out of here.
This is how men view relationships. This is how men generally feel when they're in relationships with women.
Not all men.
Well, you're gay, Brooklyn. Well, you stick to your own lane.
Men don't. Kyle, you don't. Speak up, Kyle. It's like you're
my point here. Like you guys,
I'm not allowed. I don't think we're never allowed to talk in this interview. It feels because
here's the thing: you guys asked us to come on your show. We're answering the questions, and you guys are not letting us answer the questions. You're just cutting us off and shaming us or whatever.
I've definitely let you answer.
I'm simply telling you.
Kind of sounds like that was the plan from the beginning, doesn't it, Myron?
You how men feel about giving their commitment away to women. You don't like the answer. But I'm telling you how men generally think. It's just that they can't say this because look at how you guys responded to what I told you. Shame, guilt, insults, trying to attack our masculinity, whatever it may be. Men can't be honest with women because you guys can't accept the truth.
It's a debate. It's your opinion versus my opinion.
You're saying you don't like care. Like, oh, I have sexy photos of yourself.
Supports the man in a relationship.
Oops, sorry.
On the internet, that's fine.
I gift. Hang on. You'll notice what she said there. That's like your opinion, okay? I want you guys to in fact, I'm going to take this is the salient part of this show today, by the way. It's just your opinion. You know what that is? That's a cop-out. That is a container word, but moreover, it is equivalent to who hurt you. It is trying to reframe an empirical argument to an emotionalist argument, to an emotional argument. Because what it does is it tries to redirect that person by saying your facts and the data you just presented me, like I just gave you some data a little while ago, like what the 80-20 rule, 4.5% for women. Those data, that's like somebody's opinion. No, that's the research facts. In fact, I've got plenty of other ones that if you want other research, I can give you those too. This is a predictive framework. These are the facts. This is the data. What do you have to say about that? Here's what I say about that. What do you have to say about that? Well, that's just like your opinion, bro. No, those are the facts, brah. What do you have to say about the facts? That's the thing, is people think that, especially when it comes to this is just good radio, right? But when people are having this conference back and forth, you have to remember who's the believer and who's the empiricist. Who's the one who is invested in their perspectives, right? You could say is it possible to be entirely rational and reason? No, because you don't have like no one is ever. We don't know everything. I'm not God, okay? As much as people want to make me a cult leader, I'm not a cult leader. I'm an army leader. But the idea is that if you have these facts, then you must know everything, right? And so if you know everything, then it must be your opinion. Because if you can't win on facts, you go and you revert to emotionalism. So it can't. The point of the conversation is not about discovering what is true. It's about whether or not you're a good person or you're a bad person. So your opinion becomes their opinion of you anyways. Your opinion becomes what that data shows, or the fact that you showed it to anybody in the first place. Why do you feel like you have to present this data and make people feel bad? I get that from Michaela Peterson. Perfect example, right? Rollo's right about things, but it sounds very angry. No, I'm presenting something to you that you have no counter argument against. And you are still operating in the realm of emotionalism, and you're still operating in the realm of ego invested beliefs. That when I bring uncomfortable data to you, you don't have any answer to that except for who hurt you. I didn't feel very good after the end of that conversation or that debate. I wasn't even a debate, right? After that conversation. Was that the goal? Did you go in thinking, oh man, I can't wait to interview Rollo so we have a good time and we all feel good at the end? I hope not. By the way, anybody who wants to interview me, don't go into it while going, yeah, we'll have a great debate and we'll feel good afterwards. Don't do that. Ask yourself, am I going to feel good or bad after this? That's why people always say, well, Rollo's right. He's true. It's truthful anger. They think that I'm angry. And I've said this before, I'll say it once again, that the language of empiricism, the language of objective realism, the language of data, the language of graphs and infographics, the language of research, all of that stuff, that sounds like anger to people who are who are emotionalists, who are very invested in their emotional beliefs. So if I present something that directly contradicts those beliefs, he's angry. Why did they say I'm angry? Well, because I'm presenting them at all. Because the point of the talk should be about feeling good and we can go and have a good time. Right? It's not about education. That's what you want to come to this show. If you want to be on my show, I'm happy to interview you, but be ready for education, not about, oh, this feels good. Rollo, what's the solution? Don't look at me. I don't know. It's like that Ozzy song, I don't know. People look to me and say, is the end near? When is the final day? I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know where this goes. I just work here, man. I just present stuff to you. Comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. That's what I do. I give you the data sets. But the thing is that's the goal of a conversation for believers is this guy a good person or a bad person? And if they can't refute or they don't have a counter argument to your positions, then you just bringing those positions up makes you a bad person because it goes against their shit. And that's exactly what's happening here. It's happened with Michaela. It happened with, I got it from Chris Williamson not too long ago about oh, Rollo's right. I don't know if I really want to have him on my show because I don't want to risk losing half of my audience. Well, if that's the case, then you only care about the emotional state of your audience. You don't care about the educational state of your audience. You don't care. Chris Williamson, you do not care about truth. I don't give a rat's ass who you interview. If you are avoiding data sets, if you want some Confucius say tea leaves, fortune cookie bullshit, and you want to go, you can go get that out of Jordan Peterson. You're not going to get that out of Rollo Tomassi. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to point these things out to you. If that sounds like anger, then so be it. God damn it. I hope
You're goddamn.
I hope you're angry. I hope it motivates you to something. I hope it pushes you. I hope it puts you into, I hate to say even hope. I want it to push you into a position where you get out of this idea of hoping for a better tomorrow. As I said before, hope is just waiting around for other people to do what you already know needs to be done. How do you know that? Because the data is there And it's not even just me. It could be like Google. It could be, wherever you want. Hell, you get it from Jordan Peterson. It's right there. Well, how can we parse this out and make ourselves feel good at the end of this interview? Well, let's find a way. You're just implying that the point of the conversation isn't about education. It's about how you feel at the end of it. Fuck your feelings, right? And I want to also point this out too before I continue on here, because this is a really good interview. But I will get to the flame out part. I know we're at 2:30 right now, but I want to point one more thing out here. Is like, and I know that I'm pretty sure Myra would agree with me with this. Is I'll get to a point where like I said before, I'm always trying to balance being concise with being comprehensive, but you get to a point of diminishing returns, and usually the point of diminishing returns for me, anyways, comes from trying to explain things in a rational reason. All my books are like this, but in a rational, reasonable way. And if I'm wrong about something, I want to know where you think I'm wrong about something. Please tell me. But do your homework. Show me you've read the 99 rules of TOMASSI, right? Show me you've read that section where you want to challenge me on something in religion. Show me that you've actually read what you disagree with and not heard it from somebody online. Because I'll tell you what, you want to know how to insult me the most is to tell me, to straw man me, tell me what you think I mean, because you heard some bullshit rumor from somebody online. And I explained it this way. I feel like I'm doing algebra or calculus or some like geometry. I'm doing some like high order form of mathematics. And you know what? I don't know if you guys have ever been in this, but if you ever take trigonometry or you take like algebra 2 or something like that, it's not enough that you get the answer right. You have to show your work. Show your goddamn work. And that's how we go, okay, well, you came to this conclusion. It's the right conclusion, but did you get there by the way of the formula and the cosines and the algorithms and the algebraic stuff and the, whatever it is, like the process to come to that right conclusion? You got it right. But how did you come to it? Show your work. It's not enough. It's the answer being correct is not enough for the actual problem, the resolution of the problem to be correct. That's what mathematics is, right? And it's numbers and nuts and bolts, man. It's right, it's right, it's wrong, it's wrong. Okay. You come to that, you come to the wrong conclusion, then you got to go back through your work and go, oh, I screwed up here. I should have, I don't know, carried the one. I don't know, whatever it is. But I feel like that's what I'm doing here. And I think that a lot of other people do the same thing, because in the red pill, like the people who are really good content creators, and it can be very, very frustrating for us because we're showing the work. I tried to do that like last year, and I think it was in we do that every time. Every time I'm doing a serious show with Myron, I don't think people really appreciate the amount of homework that goes into putting a show out about like promiscuity, or we just did one on domestic violence back in April, or not, in August. We did one on rape culture. We had that. We crunched the numbers. We had the data sets. This is why we think that this social narrative is bullshit. And here's how we came to that conclusion. And we're showing you the work. And we did the same thing in June when we were talking about like, how do these guys in the red pill come to these conclusions? Here we go. We're showing the work. But you know what happens is it's like people focus on just the answer and they don't focus on the problem itself, that where we show the work in that mathematical trigonometry problem. And that you want to have a debate. Don't focus on my answer at the end of that problem. Focus on how I did the work. You know why? Because that does me the courtesy of saying, I read through your work and I wanted to see how you come to these conclusions. And here's where I think that you came to the wrong answer, or you came to the right answer, but through the wrong way, whatever it is. Like you didn't do the process that trigonometry or algebra or whatever it is supposed to do. Okay. You want to have a debate with me? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about about showing the work. Because all anybody who has ever challenged me on anything do is they look at the answer of the trigonometry problem. They don't look at showing the work. They can't be bothered with that because it's the too long didn't read, TLDR generation. They don't give two shits about that. They don't care about that. They go, oh, Rollo says this, and that's the answer of the trigonometry problem. Rollo said that you should never talk about ex-girlfriends. Okay. Well, if you're just focusing on that answer, then you're not focusing on how the problem was resolved. You're not a good trigonometry teacher. You just give two shits about the answer and you go, here's why he's wrong. Okay, well, I want to debate him. Okay, if you come into a debate with me, it's going to be about how I show the work. It's going to be how we got there. And you know what? If you come into a debate with me, you better goddamn know that how I did that work. You better read the actual thing. You actually should put it in your brain and go, okay, here's how he came to the conclusion that he did. And you know what? 9 times out of 10, if you do that, you have no debate. There's no show. There's no back and forth. Oh, well, my guy said that they should do this. That's anecdotal. You're just bullshitting around with anecdotes at that point about the answer, not how I came to that answer. If you can't tell me how I came to that answer, you got no reason. You have no business hitting me up for a debate. Sorry. Hit me up about showing the work. Show me where I'm wrong. Oh, Rollo's got a greasy ponytail. Oh, show me where I'm wrong. Rollo's been married for 25 years. Show me where I'm wrong. Oh, Rollo's he's doing red meat and Michaela again. Da, 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 da. Show me where I'm wrong. Show me where in my work. Show me. You'll never will. It's easier to go and do a drive-by comment about what you think I'm saying. You don't even watch the video. Much less read what I have to say about anything. You don't read anything about that. That's all. By the way, and I saw that comment earlier upstream here a little bit about like Alan Roger Curry coming at me about mode. If you go and you read the actual chapter, which is about direct game versus indirect game, I'm not saying one's better than the other. I happen to bring up his mode 1 there in one sentence in a passing there, and this big long like 3-4 paragraph review on the book from an unverified person. There's don't even know if the guy purchased it or he just heard it from somebody. I thought it was interesting because that review came up like within like 2 days of me dropping the book. I'm like, how the hell did you? I knew it was going to happen, right? Because you can't ignore that. But clearly, from the review, did not read that section whatsoever. He thinks I'm coming at him, or if anything, I was complimentary to him. But what I was doing in that section, in the direct game section, was not saying, "Oh, this is good" or "it's bad." I'm not saying either one. I'm saying here's how PUAs came to the process of indirect game, and here's how PUAs, not Alan Roger Curry, not Rollo Tomassi, not anybody else, but PUAs from back in the early 2000s came to the idea of doing direct game. I'm not going to give away that chapter. You know why? Because I want you to read the goddamn work. That's why. Stop being so fucking lazy. If you read that, you would know that. It kills me because I did the work and I did the writing and I did the outline of the whole thing. It's not complimentary. It's just explanatory. That whole section is explanatory. I didn't shit on anybody. I said, here's indirect game and here's direct game. What do you want to use? I've talked about direct game with Troy Francis and James Tusk. They didn't have any problem with it because I'm just breaking it down. This is why people think that this is a good idea, and this is why people think that this is a good idea. But you don't do the work. Where am I wrong? Where? Show me in my algebraic problem about direct game where I am wrong. Show me. Please. You can't because you've never read the goddamn chapter. That's why. If I seem like I'm a little heated, that's why. Because I fucking work my ass off to put those things together. It's 500 fucking pages, man. Do me the solid and at least read that one chapter. Don't read the rest. Just read that one that you have a bitch and a complaint about. No problem. Then we can talk about the process. But clearly you haven't. Because if you had, you wouldn't have put down what you did. So whatever. I'm over it, man. But again, doing the work.
You can do it. We never said you can't do it. You're putting words in our mouth. I'm simply saying, if I'm going to commit to you, give you marriage, give you a title, give you a ring, give you children, I expect a certain type of woman. Why is it that when men have standards,
she's giving you all those things too?
Exactly. I love it how it's
she's
just
giving
them
you
giving,
women.
You're giving it to us.
Let me finish.
We should be so thankful.
Let me finish. When a man gives because here's the thing, women could
see they don't want to get it. They don't want to. That this little snarky shit right here. They just want to be right. They don't want to be educated. They don't want to see how Myron comes to the conclusions he does. Is that they just they focus on the answer. These guys said this. They don't care what the process was coming to that, because in doing so and analyzing that, they would actually have to consider how they did that. Right? They would actually have to consider their own understanding of intersexual dynamics, really. But like in anything, they don't want to. That's why you get snark. Oh, they feel like these guys think that they're just giving us the world. No, we're telling you how guys think. We're trying to educate you. We're trying to give you an empirical, new order, objective answer. And you're resisting it with emotionalism. Oh, these guys are just so full of themselves. That's an emotional risk. That's who hurt you, is what it is. It's just a different form of who hurt you.
Control sex, men control relationships. So since I'm the gatekeeper to relationships, you want to take my last name. Last time I checked, girls want to walk down an aisle in a white dress with their father leading them, correct? To a man. Women are the ones that want security in a marriage. So if I'm a man and I'm going to give you that, I need to vet you and make sure that you are a good candidate to be my wife.
Oh my God, I want to vomit listening to what you're saying. First of all, do you live in the 1960s? Women are making their own money these days, my friend. I am the one that supports the man in a relationship. I don't need security from a man.
Okay, that might be you. But most
that's
of
a lot of women.
No, actually, no.
Shit, I'm jumping in on Jackie's side.
Actually,
here.
no. Hang on.
Total
Here's Palestine. She's wild. She's from Palestine. Don't muck with her. You're Molotov
Just
cocktail.
so you know, I post bikini shots on my Instagram and I'm engaged and my partner is totally secure with that. You guys are full of shit.
You're a bit of a thirsty bitch, though, right? On there when you're doing it. Who do you want attention from when you're doing that?
I'm not.
We can do it, guys.
We can do it when we want. We're still going to get proposed to, dickhead.
I guarantee you.
There's no need to be nasty.
Don't you love that? We're still going to get proposed to. We're still going to win. Yeah, well, then why is the marriage rate at 5.1 per 1,000? Why is that at the lowest rate it's ever been? Why is the fertility rate below replacement? By the way, I looked this up, below replacement in Australia right now. Why is it? I mean, there's so many ways to go with it. There's so many data sets to disprove this crap. We're still going to get proposed to just because she got proposed to. And wait, God bless Fresh.
He's not happy. I guarantee you.
Nasty. I'm literally like, I just think your views are really antiquated.
Here's the thing. Again, like I said.
Okay. They are not views. And it has nothing to do with antiquated anything. They are factual. It's not like, oh, I was raised by a 1950s, even me, even Rollo Tomassi, I was not raised by a, father knows best. Like that ideal hasn't existed in a long time, but we still cling to that idea. Like, oh, you guys have really antiquated ideas about women. It's not about ideas. It's about facts.
This is how men view relationships. This is how men generally feel when they're in relationships with women.
Not all men.
Well, you're gay, Brooklyn. Well, you stick to your own lane.
Men don't. Kyle, you don't. Speak up, Kyle. It's like you're
my point here. Like you guys,
I'm not allowed. I don't think we're never allowed to talk in this interview. It feels
because here's the thing. You guys asked us to come on your show. We're answering the questions, and you guys are not letting us answer the questions. You're just cutting us off and shaming us or whatever.
I've definitely let you answer.
I'm simply telling you how men feel about giving their commitment away to women. You don't like the answer, but I'm telling you how men generally think. It's just that they can't say this because look at how you guys responded to what I told you. Shame, guilt, insults, trying to attack our masculinity, whatever it may be. Men can't be honest with women because you guys can't accept the truth.
It's a debate. It's your opinion versus my opinion.
You're saying you don't care. Like, oh, I could provide my own money, my own security. Congratulations. That's great. But regardless, when women make a certain amount of money, they still want a man that makes more money than they do, typically around 26% more. So, or no, 52% more. So you can
Where
say
are you getting
that.
those stats from?
No, it's actually 58% more. You want me to go? Actually, I could go find that. You want me to go get that for you real quick? I can show you exactly where that's at. In fact, I might even have it handy here. Let me see. What is? Oh, it's economically unattractive, right? Economically unattractive. I'll keep the video going while I look for that.
Can I ask?
Here in the United States, women typically want.
Please, I don't want another chart on the screen.
They want at least 26 to 52% more income than they do. Women date up. This has been known since the beginning of time. Women do not only date their equals, if not preferably higher. So if a man is expected to come in, right, bring security, make more money, etc., why can't he have requirements? Why is it that a woman can say, I want a guy that makes this much money, this tall, this good looking, this?
All right, I found it. Here, I'll show you. You want me to show you? Where are you getting those stats? I'm glad you asked. It took me 52 seconds to actually find it on Google here, Jackie O. Let's show you right here. In fact, here's the funny thing is, like Google was kind enough to even highlight it for me for my search here. So let's go have a look. It's actually this. It's Cornell University. Women's potential husbands had an average income that was about 58% higher than the actual unmarried men currently available to unmarried women. They were 30% more likely to be employed and 19% more likely to have a college degree. There it is, black and white. What do you got to say about that? What? How am I wrong? Where am I wrong? Where is Myron wrong? Okay, here's where you're wrong. It's 58%, Myron. We need to keep those on. We need to keep these data sets on hand. It's 58% more money than the it's whatever she's making plus 58% more on average. And that's Cornell University. I'll give you the link if you want to go and have a look at it. But it's there. It's true. And here's the other thing again, hindsight's 2020. Had I been there or been able to sort of like do the fact checking or do facts like on the fly right there, this is what I wouldn't even, don't even put me on the show. I'll just give you the facts here. If you go and you look at when a woman gets a boost in pay, when she gets a rise in pay, she gets a promotion. She goes from being, management to supervisor or whatever it is. And she was married to the guy and maybe they made the same or a little bit less. I don't know. Or maybe he made a little more and she gets a promotion and she makes substantially more. That is a factor that precipitates divorce. What do you have to say about that, Jackie? What is that? How do you interpret that? How do you reconcile that? How do you parse that out for us, Jackie? Please, I'm interested. Let us know. Where does that come? But no, you're showing your work. I just want to look at the answer because the answer is where the red meat is, not how you came to that answer, because that would take that hurts. Math is hard. That's why.
This confident, and a man says something simple. Like, I don't like to date women that put sexy photos of themselves on the internet for other men to see when she's supposed to be my woman. Why is that met with such contempt from women? Tell me that.
Well, he should take his Instagram down too.
That's my whole point, is your double standards.
Isn't it a jealousy? I think it's a jealousy issue because, like, I've dated women that were online and had big Instagram followers and models, singers, all this. I've never thought, even my friends, though, you're not wrong. My friends have said, bro, your missus is doing this online or whatever. This is over the years. And I couldn't care because I'm solid
and
in myself. Maybe I'm a fool.
Well, you are a fool, Burl Ives, but not because you're a fool, but you're not a fool coming to that conclusion the way you think that you are. Okay. You're just making your necessity a virtue. You have no opportunity. There are very few women who will go, this Burl Ives looking dude looks like a good bet. I think I want to fuck him. I really want to see his hot, sexy pictures on Instagram. Like, let's cut the bullshit, man. Can we please? I mean, every woman on that show knows you're fronting and you're bullshitting. And by the way, I want to point out one other thing right here as well, is you'll notice how conciliatory he is. He's trying to facilitate a conversation between Jackie O and Myron and Fresh, right? He's being very kind of, diplomatic at the very least. I mean, he tries to get a zinger in here and there, but man, watch how his nature changes after the break. It is just, it's like two different people. And I'll explain to you what happened when we do.
Maybe not. I don't know. But I do agree with Jackie that your partner shouldn't be, it's not like a pet. You don't own them. You can't control them. But I know what you're saying. You're not wrong what you guys are saying as a generalization. Ooh. But I think that right there will probably get you fired at the radio station. You guys aren't wrong about things. Oh, really? Because in literally in the space of 7 minutes, he's going to go die. It's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde here in just a second. Because you'll see what I'm talking about here in just a second. But
you can't be conciliatory, right? You can't give the enemy an inch of ground, and that's really kind of what he's doing in here. But you'll also notice this is that the ownership thing. I want to pick up that again, that thread. The ownership thing is you'll notice that they don't want to be owned. Like, you don't own us. We don't have to take your last name. How dare you? That's like an old order way of thinking. That is patriarchal and misogynistic. And yeah, if I have any critique of Myron, yeah, it kind of comes off like that. I'm not saying he's wrong, but I'm just saying it comes off like that to this mentality. So when you say, hey, look, men you want our last name, right? Well, every woman in that show listening to the show goes, no, I don't want your last name. And they don't have to take your last name because they all got money and they're all strong, independent women, registered trademark. They all make their own money. They don't need a man. And instead of saying, well, you want your kids to have our last names, we're in control of commitment and everything else. I've argued against that, by the way. I don't think that men are the gatekeeper of commitment. Not today. They might have been before, but not anymore, because the state takes care of that now. The state takes care of every aspect that women were in any way dependent upon men prior to the sexual revolution. That's why they say strong, independent women. From what? Independent of what? Independent of men. What were they making women dependent upon? Provisioning, protection, and parental investment. Those are the only things that women couldn't get for themselves or were in limited supply. And in 2022, women don't need men in 2022, period. And even if they did need men, they don't know that. The perception is that they shouldn't need men. In fact, they're less of a woman for needing a man. That's the promotion. That's the narrative that we sell. It's a strong, independent woman narrative. You'll see it in you'll see it in Captain Marvel. You'll see it in Wonder Woman. You'll see it you name the show. You name any video or any series or any Netflix series, name anything that was created in the last maybe 6 or 7 years that is like empowering for a quote unquote a female empowerment. That's where it starts. You don't need no man. You can do everything on your own. You're a complete individual. And what that does is has the effect of convincing women that they are autonomous things. When women come to me and they say, Rollo, I can't get a guy. I can't find a guy like that chick on on Steve Harvey, who is like 36 years old. She's got her mom there and she's saying, I can't find the right guy, blah, blah, blah. And by the way, I'll bring this up again because I found this picture. They've basically turned themselves into the men that they want to marry. They've done that. Okay. That's that chick. These girls right here, they've turned themselves into the men that they want to marry because they can't trust men to provide. They don't trust men. They don't want to trust men. The guy has to be the ultimate apex pinnacle of the guy that is their dream guy. He's got to be the hot guy in the foam cannon party, the hot fireman in the fireman calendar, and he has to have superior resources, superior provisioning, superior protection, superior parental investment. He has to be so high at the top of that. And yet what's funny is like, oh, those guys get all kinds of DMs. Yeah, but not from you. And why? They got no use for you because you're independent of men. And what that does is has the effect of turning women or at least creating women who aren't female. They're not women anymore. Ladies, if you're watching this and you think you're a strong, independent woman, you're not a strong, independent woman. You're a thing. You're androgynous. You have no sex. You're asexual because you are the ideally you should be, right? The best of all a man could be and the best of all a woman could be. So why would you need a man? Why would you need anything except for a sperm donor? Why? You don't want to get married. You don't want a guy. You don't want anything. You want like maybe convenient sex. You want to call a dude. There needs to be an Uber where you what is it? Call a bull. Get a bull over there to come and have sex with you, and then he leaves. Right? Share the hot alpha guy. I'm sure that people are asking me, Rollo, what do you think? What's your predictions for the future? Talk to us about what's going to be like in 2030. Going the way that we're going right now, this is going to be really radical, but like I think that when I quote the Morgan Stanley's Rise of the She Economy, how women between the ages of 25 and 44, the prime working demographic, by 2030, the projection is that 42% or 45%, I can't remember, are of women are going to be, I should just look that up sometime, are going to be single and childless for life. They're all like from 25 to 44. That's it. So what is that going to do? People go, they yuck it up. They go, oh yeah, invest in egg freezing or Chewy or boxed wine or cat food or cat toys and blah, ha, ha, ha. You know what you should invest in? You should invest in the company that facilitates those women getting fucked on a Saturday night by a bull. That's what you should invest in. And that's a radical statement. I know it. It's like Uber, like Uberable. You want $1 million? Here's $1 million idea. You guys, I'm giving this shit away, man. NFTs are going great, but I'm going to give you, I give and I give and I give. Invest in the company that comes up and facilitates hot guy in the foam cannon party, like the rip dude who comes out there. And I guarantee you this happens just the moment that the male birth control pill becomes FDA approved and there's no real side effects for it. I guarantee you the guys who are in great shape or body, like I said, the sexy fireman guy, I will guarantee you there will be some sort of service where you can just go, it's like a gigolo service, right? But it's like, order a bull for a Friday night and you and your friends, he can come bang you out or whatever. And then he can go off and that's it because they got no use for any other guy. Everything else is done for them. And I know that sounds really like oh, Roll's acting crazy. Maybe it doesn't come to that extreme, but something like that will exist. Guarantee it. At some point, something that will facilitate alpha fucks because women already got set. They're already set with alpha C or with the beta need side. They're already set with the 3 Ps. Or even if they're not, perceptually, they feel like they should be. And if they don't have it set for themselves and they can't trust men in general, then they feel like less of a woman. Less of a strong, independent woman. And they'll rationalize it and can, try to figure out why they can't, get a man and they're 35, 36 years old. It doesn't matter because I've already got, if you've already taken care of the 2 sides of hypergamy and you've already got your career, you've already got your money, whatever. And by the way, I think debt forgiveness for the student loan thing that is coming up. And I guarantee you that they try to enact that by October in the United States, guaranteed. That will be the carrot that the Biden administration uses to get votes. Guarantee it. In fact, they were probably sitting on it as trying to, because it's like insurance policy for the midterm elections. Guarantee. However, there's going to be something. It won't be like, maybe it's not dialable, but it'll be something similar to that. Because the one thing that women can't ensure, like it's very easy to ensure protection, provisioning, and parental investment, even if it's just the perception of it. It's very easy to empower women. We've been doing that since Title IX, right? We've been doing that since the early 70s. The only thing we can't guarantee to women, alpha fucks. Until now. Come and get it, ladies. Rollo Tomassi's dialable. You have to have these guys and we'll just roll them out there and you've got the money. You make your own money, ladies. You could just Venmo me and I'll send, Chad, Thad, Tyrone, whatever your fantasy is. He'll be right there on a moment's notice. It doesn't matter what you are. You probably have to see if she's attractive a little bit. I wouldn't send my boys out there to go, whale hunting, but maybe some of them will. It depends on how much money you're going to pay. But you have some sort of process there. I guarantee you that will be something in the future or something close to it. Don't believe me? Remember when Grindr was a thing and people go, oh, that's only for homosexuals. Now Tinder is like the #1 dating app. Oh, man. You hear me now? Believe me later. Yes. Cute, evil laugh. Thank you. This is why Rollo's work is impeccable. And I'm trying to keep up with the chats here. I will get back to you guys later on. Let's keep going here.
Some men, some women, they think differently. But
yeah,
here's the thing: when you're younger, in your 20s, you are jealous. Men are crazy. We don't get our head together until we're in our late 30s.
Can I just
we're mental.
Stop you guys?
So what he's explaining is that guys get to a point where they're 30 and they are no longer competitive, like especially beta male. Well, the 80% of guys for sure become beta males. Oh, we get our head together. Does that mean that you get by getting your head together, Burl Ives, by getting your head together, does that mean that you're still cool? Like I'm 54 and I don't want my wife with an Instagram. I don't want her fucking selling ass on OnlyFans. I'm 24 years past what you're freaking, we got our head together. We become more mature and more secure in our masculinity. No, you're making your masculinity, but you're making your necessity a virtue. Trust me. Trust me. You are not the guy that other men want to be and other women want to fuck. Trust me. Don't ask me how I know.
For a second, we're going to take a short break and come back. Is that okay? Because we've got calls coming through. So people that want to ask you some questions.
Well, I didn't finish articulating my point, but we can.
Okay. Excellent. All right. We'll be back in a moment. If you want to talk to the guys from the Fresh and Fit podcast, do you think their theory is right? Do you oppose it? You can give us a call now on 131065.
Let's go.
Notice how they characterize this as theory. Is their theory right? No. Is their data correct? Is the praxeology correct? How they came to the end, here's their theory. No, did they do the work in the math problem or did they not do the work in the math problem? Are they good people or bad people for even doing the work in the first place? You must be obsessed with trigonometry. You must be obsessed with sex. You must be a 1950s misogynistic caveman if you think that. That's the premise of the whole show, by the way. Oh, you must be bad. You're a bad, bad man, Myron. You are bad. So bad, my friend, for even doing the math problem in the first place. You must have you must want to fuck the math problem. You must have an unhealthy obsession with the math problem. That is the red pill. There's got to be something wrong because only people that have something wrong with them emotionally and whatever. You must have had a bad upbringing, Myron. No. All right. I'm going to, let me scrub through this a little bit because, okay. So now here's the interlude. Now we're at intermission. This is the intermission part. Okay. Because this is where everything goes to shit. Okay. What's going to happen next is, and I'm going to scrub through this because it's boring as fuck. Okay. But it's like 7 minutes. They have to go and do, remember I told you about terrestrial radio? They have to take they're taking a 7-minute break here. It's very long to do this right after the first segment. If it's an hour-long piece and they follow the same kind of format that any American-based radio show does, like Pat Campbell, okay? They just went through, how many minutes was this? They just went through 18 minutes. I'm looking at it here on this. I'm scrubbing through it. They just went through 18 minutes of content. Okay. So this is really where the first break would hit. And then the second break is the long break, which would be at the bottom of the hour. But here we are at almost about the 20-minute mark. And they take a break. It shouldn't be really more than 5 minutes, maybe 4 minutes maximum, depending on what their sponsors are all about. Okay. Now they take 7 minutes and that's a very long time to run commercials and to not have any kind of content or music or whatever on a terrestrial radio show. Okay. I realize I'm not a boomer. I'm Generation X. I still remember terrestrial radio, and I did terrestrial radio with Pat Campbell for a very long time. That's usually how it goes. But waiting 7 minutes, that's an eternity for terrestrial radio. And they're burning time. Now, what people are saying, and I believe, and I coincide with this, I co-sign this, is they think that there's a conversation that's going on off the air while the commercials are playing, and that's why it took so long. So I'm going to scrub through this, and you're going to see what happens here.
Terrific. No one likes going back to school, but everyone loves Primo stuff.
Down the Savo, 29 out west. Vic LaRusso versus Kiss Traffic and Weather together on the Kyle and Jackie O show.
Well, they're doing right here. They're doing the commercials. Just so you know, I'm not screwing around with you. They actually silenced this, and then they started doing.
Yo. Oh man, do we got any super chats? Let's read some of them.
So they went through and they did some super chats while they're waiting for them to come back on. So I'm going to scrub through this, and Myron and Fresh had some pretty good commentary. Now here we come. So here we go. So 7 minutes later. Okay, so I killed this at the 18 mark, and let's see, it's now at the 25 or 24:25. So about 24:30 is when they come and pick this back up. So we're looking at, just about 7 minutes. So here we go. This is where they pick this up, and this is where the shit hits the fan. And yes, I'll get back to your super chats in just a moment. Thanks for everything.
clown world out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got chicks out here running around saying like, oh yeah, you know, men and women are the same.
Michael T, $50.
Yeah, Michael T goes.
Oh wait, no, it's
okay.
It's actually
let's
even
add it
longer.
to stream. See?
Okay, so here we go. I'm sorry, it starts at 25:38, so that's actually almost 8 minutes.
Matter, and this is for John next on Sydney's #1 hit music station, we're Kiss 106.5.
That was another music.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The music is terrible.
Yeah, it hurts my ears.
This is their
But
if you play, yo, how is there? Man, I'm not gonna go down that road. Never mind.
Damn, it's longer.
But
than
no,
I
guys.
thought.
I mean, honestly, this is a learning point for y'all, bro. Like,
Hey, you're right. You're right. Wait, we got the.
Yeah, let's see.
Yes.
Yep, still waiting. Hold on, let's keep going. Okay, this is where it ends up. All right, I'm sorry. It is actually a lot longer than 8 minutes or set 8 minutes. I thought it was 8 minutes. Okay, so now, sorry, let's move this in. I want to get the time stamp on this so you guys.
But a girl's gonna mess her up to some degree.
It's been 15 minutes.
Jackie and fighting.
Kyle and Jackie O.
Yeah, sorry, it has been just about 15 minutes. Fresh is right. So 10. It was about 10 minutes. Okay, so I killed it. So I scrubbed through from the 18-minute mark to the 28-minute mark. Actually, it's 28:30. So it's almost 11 minutes that they take a break. Now, here's what happened.
The microphone is on.
Yeah, thanks for the unappropriate opener there. Imbecile panel operator fool. Okay, so forget about that embarrassment. Turn the music down, clown.
Are we with you?
You notice a bit of a tone change in Burl Ives here and Kyle. Notice the tone change now. What do you think happened? What kind of conversation do you think took place from the 18-minute mark to the the 28:51 mark? What do you think happened?
Guys, can you hear us still?
We're back.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
here.
you're back. Okay, great. We have some calls because if you just tuned in, obviously we're talking about a viewpoint that you guys have, which is if you're in a relationship, a girl should not have an Instagram account because technically that's cheating because of the amount of attention she gets from
it's
guys.
not just the account. I think it's the account where you're gyrating around in your undies or less and blowing kisses and all this stuff.
I'm pretty sure I asked, can you just have an Instagram account?
I love how he's still, even now, you'll understand why he does this, but like even now he's trying to justify it. He's like, well, it's not all Instagram. It's just the ones where you're like selling your ass on Instagram. Keep going, Burl.
No, we clearly established that it's sexy photos when you're in a committed relationship that's disrespectful.
But the thing is you're saying a guy can post sexy photos and he can do that in a relationship.
Yes, men and women are not the same.
Right. So, but you said that men love quantity over quality, right? So
yeah, that is true.
You'll react differently when a female pays you attention to what a female would.
Any attention from any female ever is just we think, oh yeah, they want to bang us. That's what we think.
Yeah. And so I believe that you guys are more likely to act on it because, like you said, it's quality over quantity.
That's correct. Yeah. I think
you're
she's
saying
spot
from a
on
male
there.
perspective or a female perspective?
So from your perspective, you say
Yeah.
the males want quantity over quality.
Mhm.
So if you're getting attention on Instagram,
Yeah, you're more likely to message them back.
You're more likely exactly to act on it.
Okay, but
You can tell that was a point of discussion over the course of the last 10 minutes. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, well, men do it too, but now they're going to add, but men do it worse, right? They're going to say, well, if men can do it, then they're going to be worse because they're more likely to act on any kind of attention they might get off of Instagram or they might get off of, I don't know, whatever else. I think maybe even Instagram is a really bad example of this, like Tinder. Okay, so if we're okay with either men or women being on Instagram or showing, sexually advertising themselves, let's just say on Instagram, is the threshold Tinder? Like if I'm married, like what would people think of Rollo Tomassi if today you found, don't go look because there is none, but if you went and you found a Tinder profile of Rollo Tomassi on there, maybe there's a fake now. I've never started a Tinder or a Bumble or a Hinge account. But what would your opinion of me be after all closing in on 26 years of marriage? Would you guys say, well, fuck that guy. He's screwing around as well. Maybe you would go, yeah, all right. See, he's in the game still. What would your estimate be? Now, what would your estimate be of like my wife or a woman who is a long married woman who is, and there was just a story about this not too long ago. I think it was in the Atlantic about the woman who got on Tinder and she wanted more and more and more. And she kept getting all of this positive feedback from guys. It was just up. Sam, see if you can go grab me that. I think it was Rugby who put me onto that story about the woman who was married and she got onto Tinder, because a lot of that has a lot to do with this. And you say, well, how so, Rollo? Well, I want to know where the threshold is, because that's what she's trying to dig at right here. She's saying, well, men are more likely to act on it. Yeah, but women have more opportunity. Women don't give men shit. Right? Unless they're like apex hot guys that she seems to think constitute, the vast majority of men, which is false because that's the apex fallacy. Right? So what her rationale is, and this is probably the discussion that happened, was, well, men are more likely to act on it if they can do it and women can't. Yeah, except for the fact that nobody gives men shit. We just covered that a minute ago. 80% of men are deemed unattractive. Do you honestly think that Burl Ives or Kyle here could do that? Like what if his wife says, you know what, honey, I'm so secure in my masculine or my femininity that you go on there and you have an Instagram account. Why is it not the other way around? You go on and have an Instagram account. It's all good. Don't worry about it. I don't care who's going to come on to you, blah, blah, blah. Do you think that Kyle is going to have the same, I don't know, sexual selectivity as, I don't know, Myron, if he was married, or me, right? Do you think he's going to have the same sexual selectivity? I don't think so. And another thing I can prove to you, and I don't have it on hand right now, but I'll go dig it up if you'd like. Whenever we're talking about poly relationships, and that's really where, oh, there it is. Thank you for that. That's really where poly starts. You want to know why poly relationships are a thing right now? Because most marriages are exactly, they're poly without the term poly. Well, it's okay. I'm mature enough and I'm secure enough in my masculinity that it doesn't make any difference. No, it does. Now I'm dragging here. Hang on one second. Oh. Actually, let me pull this out. Hold on. There we go. We back. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, it's on the cut. Actually, I don't want to interrupt the flow too much. But what happens when a married woman goes on Tinder is what it's got. It's on thecut.com. Go ahead and have a look at that. I don't want to slow the show down too much, but it was interesting. And I think it's interesting is how they say it's all empowerment and all this other crap. So do have a look at that. But again, they're trying to say, well, men do it too. And this is the way it ought to work.
But the thing is that women rarely message men. Like I showed you guys before. That's why I demonstrated
it's half, only half.
Well, that's why
according to your data.
Yeah, you're still getting messaged. So
No, it's not according to just his data. I can show you how many data points would it take to convince the gay guy who was the producer? How many research? What's the threshold? 4, 5, 6? Because I could probably find that many that corroborate exactly what Myron's talking about. We've done it before. We did it back in June, as a matter of fact. I could show you the data. I can show you where it comes from. But that doesn't make for good radio because you're showing your work in the trigonometry problem.
Say I'm getting messaged by. Can I just make one point? Can you just let me finish a second?
Question, you should let me finish.
I just want to make one point. So if I'm on Instagram and I'm getting 40 DMs and you're getting 20 DMs, my point is that you guys are more likely to respond to the 20 DMs than we are to the 40 DMs.
Here's the thing. Men and women are not the same.
That's presuming data that doesn't exist, Jackie. In fact, that is bad debate, by the way. That's a logical fallacy. She's presuming the point. And she's doing so on like presumed data. She thinks that that's the way it ought to be. It's not. We could prove that it's not. I just did. In fact, that super chat that's on there, that's actually me. I dropped this in there during the show. Okay, women view 80% of men as below attractive in below average in attractiveness. I just showed you the data point for that. And again, that's one of probably like 4 studies I could post up here and show you in no uncertain terms that that's the way this works. But she's presuming she's right based on the idea that this is how it ought to be, right? 50-20. No, that's not even remotely close. We're talking 4.5%, dear, not 20. Not 50, not 20, 4.5%. I got it here. What do you have to, where am I wrong? Jackie?
Women are more likely to reply. Women like attention. Men want sex. That's how it is. So when a girl's out there advertising herself, it's not the same as when a man is advertising himself, because the man's not going to get nearly the same amount of attention. And then on top of that, men of status, men that are attractive, that have money, hey, it's just exercising options. Men are going to go ahead and enact on those options if they have the ability to do so. So my thing is, a man is capable of having sex with other women while still loving his girl the same. So it's not that big a deal, but it is a big deal if your girl's out here and are fielding options. If your woman's out here fielding options,
Bingo.
That's an issue.
Bingo.
Oh, sorry. So you're actually saying that in a relationship, it's okay for men to go and explore other options, but we have to be happy with you and not explore options.
Absolutely. Close on your end, open on my end. And I think there should be honest between the two. Now,
why? Why would
crazy.
anyone agree to that?
You can't just go throwing that thing around and women sit at home waiting for you to come home, going to smell the juice of another woman on you.
Here's the thing.
The problem, okay, and I know what Myron's going to say here. The data point is this: is that, and people have asked, and you want to know why I titled this show what I did, is because there's always this discussion, and I've heard this on Kevin Samuels, I've heard it on these guys, I've heard it. I've been on the show when they've had these conversations. It's like, well, you know, high value man should cheat, or high value man could cheat. I think that there needs to be a distinction between those two. I think it's one thing, like I've said before. Women want a man. They don't want a man who will cheat on them. And that's what, you know, oh, I can't believe it. You know, we're supposed to be even partners and blah, blah. I don't need a man. Then so what does that make any difference? Right, Jackie? Why would that make any difference? Whether the guy reserves the right to go bang other chicks, you don't need him anyways. You make your own damn money. Who cares? Why do you want a man at all? You only want the apex guy. You only want the guy at the top of the heap, right? But here's the thing. It's like women want a man. They don't want a man that nobody else wants. They don't want a man who couldn't get laid. They don't want Kyle, right? They want a guy who could get laid. They don't want a man to cheat, but they love a man who could cheat. And that's really what it comes down to. Is the guy going to cheat? Is it like, are you an alpha or are you a beta? Because an alpha man who's married would cheat. No, but he has, that guy might have the prerogative to. He might have the ability to. He might have the opportunity to. He might not have a reason to. Now, I want to point this out really quick because I do want to say something about cheating here. Now, when we talk, I think cheating is an old order concept. And I'll explain to you why, because you have to understand a little bit about jealousy. I was asked about jealousy not too long ago. But I'll get to jealousy after the flame out here. But I want to talk about cheating really quickly. The thing about cheating is that there has to be some sort of exclusivity implied in that relationship. A marriage, clearly, right? There's you're exclusive. Nobody gives women shit about a soft launch. Nobody gives women shit about having a boyfriend for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years and never putting him on Instagram. Nobody says anything. That's not an issue. But if a guy says what Myron just said, then that's an issue. Even when there's implied, even when there's, you know, confirmed, you know, exclusivity between a man and a woman, and that woman never puts a picture of her boyfriend or whatever else, but she does nothing but put sexy pictures up on a Instagram. Or Aisha Curry is a great example of this, right? I mean, she's all crazy. She said this on the Red Table Talk. She craves male attention, and I think Steph Curry is kind of a fool for, you know, enabling that. But that's she wants what she wants, even though she has a really great, you know, she's got an apex guy, but she still wants it because that choice is there. It's a paradox of choice, right? She's got too much choice. But when a guy says something as bold as what Myron just said right now, women lose their shit. So it's a sin for men to put themselves out there, but it is not a sin for women to. In fact, she just said, you don't own me. I have the right. I can do whatever I want. And if you don't agree with me, then you're an insecure man. Okay, fine. I reserve the right to go cheat as a high value guy because I'm the guy that other men want to be and other women want to bang. Okay. No, that's horrible. I wouldn't. That's sin, right? You shouldn't do that. No, but most guys don't have the ability. They don't have the opportunity, and they don't have, a lot of guys have a reason to cheat, but they don't have the opportunity to cheat. If you were to, I've said this, here's another bold statement. I've said this before on some religious stations. Actually, I think on Pat Campbell's show at one point, I said this is that pornography has, if it has not saved marriages, it has prolonged marriages more than it has destroyed marriages. That's a bold statement, right? But think about it. If you did not have pornography, you would probably have a much higher divorce rate for guys. If the only way you could get off was with your sexless shrew of a wife, you would see divorce rates spike. If we did not have the sedation of pornography, this is not an endorsement for pornography. I'm just saying that pornography has been responsible for prolonging more marriages than it has destroyed marriages. This is me spitball. Do I have data sets for this? No, I don't. But I think like logically, deductively, I think it's probably true. But that being said, it's for men to express themselves sexually is always going to come with the "ooh, you're a coomer. There's something wrong with you. You're a bad person," right? But if a woman does it, it's empowerment. For a man to get angry, it's like it's horrible, right? But for a woman to get angry, it's empowering. It's like it's transformative for a woman to get angry. But guys are not allowed to do that. We're supposed to express ourselves emotionally. We're supposed to be sensitive and vulnerable and everything else. And we want to pretend that is in some way ennobling of men. But if a man gets angry, which is an emotion, expressing emotion, if most men default to anger, then that's toxic masculinity because it doesn't align with the gynocentric social order. That's why. Same thing goes here. And this is the fundamental disconnect that's been going on in the show for this entire show. Okay.
Here's the thing. Can all men get away with this? Absolutely not. A small minority of men can. But the reality is, since the beginning of time, strong, powerful men, right, that had money and status were always able to have hordes of women. Look at Hugh Hefner. Look at Dan Bilzerian. Look at kings. Look at sultans of past. This is what women do. Women are attracted to men that have other women.
Bro, I spoke to Dan Bilzerian. Yeah, I'm sick of you asking to finish your long, boring answers that are the same answer every time we ask you a question. Even Dan Bilzerian last week told me to my face, so fucking what, clown? Here you are on the show. I can turn you off as well. Just turn these clowns off. See you, fellas. Grow up. Ring us back when you're 30 and you've got a half a brain. You're not running around being led by your own dicks. Bye-bye. See you later. Turn them off.
Very professional.
Which is exactly what they wanted to do the entire time.
Yo, very professional. There you go, guys.
They just rage quit.
Yeah, they just rage quit, guys.
I think it's funny is like they these long boring answers. Yeah, we just want to stick to or these long boring, show us your work, mate. That's what he's upset about. We're showing the work. That's the problem. Is you're showing your work. You know where people lose the narrative? Not in the answer, in the showing of the work of the trigonometry problem. You want to know why I constantly keep coming back to the red pill as being a praxeology? Because it is. It's not an ideology. It's not a theory. Oh, your long, boring answers. Yeah, well, because if we're not comprehensive, then this is what you can expect. That a rage quit. That's what you can expect. You can expect well, what would you have us on for then, Burl? You just want us to go and talk shit about each other? Is that what you want? You would just want this like crosstalk? Because that doesn't that's exactly, it's feels over facts. Thank you, Marcel. But you go to the front of the class.
Round 1, fight.
Go to the front of the class, Marcel. It's feelings over facts. And that's what this entire thing is about. Is they wanted that rise. I think I said this on one show prior to this. I was once on Pat Campbell's show, And it was a valuable lesson that I learned. And I got on there with a feminist. I think I've said this before, so I won't belabor it too much, but I got on there with a feminist. She was doing the same thing that these guys were doing. Oh, see you later, fucking clowns. Oh, it's like, you know, where does that come from? It comes from like the feels side of things. But so she's like all up in my grill, and I raised my voice. And, you know, I thought like, I was like, I'm done with Pat. Fuck this. I'm out. No way. I'm, you know, like I can't get anything. Well, the problem is like, you're on a media, you're on a form of like communication that in no way, it's not a college class. You're not learning anything. You're not going to, I was never going to be able to teach this feminist anything that came at me on Pat Campbell's show, but she was able to get a rise out of me. And Pat called me up later. In fact, Pat called me up almost immediately after that show, because I think he knew what was going on. And he's like, dude, he's like, that was some great fucking radio, man. And he was laughing and everything. I go, great. That's what they want. They want that emotional high, that emotional rise. He said, but the first person who has an emotional response loses. He says, remember that in the future. That you want to know why I considered Pat Campbell my mentor, especially when it comes to public speaking and doing this show right here. That was it. It was learning to stay on point. In fact, I probably could read it to you. I won't go that far, but I could read to you the text I was having before Myron and Fresh went on this show. And I was saying, okay, here, think about this, keep the standpoint, blah, 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 stay show, kill them with stats here. And they're trying to do exactly that, but that's not what they wanted. In fact, even that Kyle guy, the, you know, Burl Ives looking guy, at the very end, he was like, he's long, boring answers. Da, 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 da. Yeah. They didn't want long, boring answers. They wanted an emotion. They wanted them to raise their voice. And guess who won the game of chicken? They did. Myron and Fresh did, because they rage quit. They lose. You lose because you had the emotional response. That's why. You know why so here's the theory, and this is what I think probably happened, is during that long ass 10-minute break, which was way beyond protocol for a terrestrial radio show. The conversation was this: we need to put these guys' dick in the dirt. That's what they were trying to do. And that's why Burl Ives lost his shit, because he knows he has to go home to his wife and answer for being diplomatic, to sounding like he agreed with Fresh and Fit. That's hard. He might lose his job for being conciliatory to Fresh and Fit. Now, you want to know why I said that the red pill should not go mainstream? I don't believe it's going mainstream. Maybe it is, but I don't think it should. This is a prime example of why I don't think it should, because you will never have an honest to goodness, genuine conversation about these things. They are disingenuous actors. That's what the whole, you know, what's her name, Jackie O and Kyle were all about. Well, Kyle's my bitch. She's a big fat bitch, the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. Sorry, when I hear Kyle, I think of that song. So yeah, I think that's probably what happened. I'm fairly certain that the conversation was, we need to knock these guys' dick in the dirt. And they cut his mic. You lose, Burl. Kyle, you lose. Would you ever go on Tim Pool? I will never get that call, so I'm not worried about that. Thank you very much. Long story short, let me get back to the cheating part, and I want to just tighten up a few ends here before I move on to what super chats I haven't been able to get to. And I've got Robert Kiyosaki in my. Robert is actually in my DMs, or my. He's not in the chat. He's in my text messages right now. So let's see what Robert wants. Yeah. So number one, the point that Myron was trying to make is that and I know where he got this from. The three things that have characterized powerful men over the course of history have been resources, first and foremost, and then you've got access to territory and resources, and usually those two go hand in hand, and access to many beautiful virginic women. I brought this up when I was talking about why virginity is actually a thing and not some social construct. Virginity makes a difference to men. I talked about this in the promiscuity episode. Virginity makes a difference to men because it ensures paternity. It's not rocket science. It's not social constructionism. It's not wanting to own them. It's wanting assurances that the kid is ours. That's why. No, it's just it's a curb this fucking high and you just can't get up over that. It's got to be something else, Rollo. It's got to be because men are insecure and they just want to own women. They want to force them something. No. Powerful men from like dynastic emperors of China, kings and queens of Europe, tribal chieftains in the Amazon rainforest, all are characterized by one thing. Or three things, I should say. Well, certainly when it comes to sex, right? They're characterized by access to resources, access to territory that they can defend, and access to have a harem of beautiful, virginic, fertile, younger, hotter, tighter women. That's it. Caligula, right? Caesar, right? Think about that. Or maybe the Pharaoh in Egypt. I mean, name the dude, man. Name the dude, and I'll point out those three things and that characterize that guy. Genghis Khan, yeah, goddamn right. He had everything. Yeah, he had all three of those things for sure.
Goddamn right.
Yes, he was very prolific as a result of that. I don't know if you knew that or not. But that's what he was trying to get at. And really, that's the basis of the whole thing about being and thus women who are not good bets for paternity go and put themselves out on Instagram and advertise their fertility and their ability to incubate other men's babies. Would that have been more entertaining? Kyle? Maybe there's a way we can make this data like just jump up and dance. I don't know. I mean, we can point those things out, but I mean, when you get down to the nuts and bolts of it, it doesn't make good like radio. Sorry. Go interview Brittany Renner. She's perfect for you. Go interview Cam Newton. Perfect for you. All you're going to do is focus on the answer and not how the work that was involved to get to that answer in the trigonometry problem. That's boring. Oh, show your work. Okay, here's what I finished, and I got to this answer in trigonometry. Nah, forget it. Just look at the answer. Is it right or is it wrong? Are you a bad person for coming to this conclusion? That's good radio. And that's the thing you're always going to be struggling with in the red pill, my friends. So that's number one. Number two is the cheating aspect. Cheating only occurs for there's two reasons men cheat. Okay, here we are at the end. Sorry. Two reasons men cheat. One is they need a reason and they need opportunity. Women too. And you know where this whole discussion is, about Instagram and everything? It's the opportunity side of the cheating equation. I'm going to do math again. It's the cheating equation. Opportunity and reason. Now, ROLLO TOMASSI has plenty of opportunity. I don't know if you knew this or not, but I have plenty of opportunity. I've got groupies still. I've always worked with beautiful women. I'm beautiful men too. Not that I get with them, but like I've had to, put women into positions of like doing liquor promos or gambling promos, or I have actually promoted Thunder from Down Under in certain, Las Vegas and Reno, right? I've dealt with some very beautiful people in my life and still do to this day. At least I hope so. But the opportunity is there, but I've never had no reason. I love my wife. She didn't give me, we have great sex. It's fun. She's still in great shape. It's awesome. It's awesome to be where I'm at right now, but I don't have a reason. There's no reason for it. And, we both keep each other on our toes. I'm not fat. I'm actually fantastic. I'm in the top like 6% of like physicality, I guess, for guys who are my age right now, which is amazing. At least I think so. I could go you want me to go put myself into should I put myself into the delusion calculator? Maybe I should go see like how bi bitchin' I am. Yeah, we'll see. But cheating comes down to two things. Well, and there has to be an implication of exclusivity. It's not cheating if you're not exclusive. I just had that guy ask me a minute ago. Let me see if I can go pick it back up again. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you, Sloan. Sloan, I can't go put it back on the screen because I don't want to, go filter through this. But it says, follow-up question. I have a rotation. Women I deal with are between 25 and 35 years old. I don't know how old you are, but from your avatar, you look kind of young. They ask me if I'm seeing others. I lie about it. Why? They can't handle it. Maybe it's because I drop real pesos on some of them, like money. Why are you dropping money on them? Especially, I'm looking at your ab. If that's you, why? To men on the chat, do you have a rotation that works without drama? Well, it can. But if you read, again, if you would just simply read, if you just simply educate yourself, there's a 6-part series in the first book, The Rational Male, the first and the original, published in 2013. Right? There's a series called Plate Theory, Spin More Plates, my friend. And the last, by the way, the chapter everybody skips is the last one, which is transitioning to monogamy. But like nobody wants to talk about that. ROLLO's saying, fuck anything on 2 legs. No, I'm not. But when you feel like you have to lie, you're not spinning plates. If you say, oh, I have to lie to these girls, I couldn't possibly have 3 or 4 girls, ROLLO, because that would mean I'd have to lie to them and I'd have to keep the game floating. No, you don't. Especially not today, because women are far more apt to share you with other women. And if they're not, but the thing is, you know why you feel like you have to lie? Because you have implied exclusivity with one or more of the girls who are in your rotation. That's why. Don't imply it. Let them come to that conclusion on their own. As I said before, was it a Iron Rule of Tomasi? I want to say it's number 8, which is the league's one, right? Or which one is it? Oh no, it's number 9, which is never. No, that's sorry. No, the other. I think it's maybe it is number 8. Number 8 is never tell a woman why she shouldn't fuck you. Let her figure it out for herself. Never shoot yourself in the foot. Right? Never explain to a woman why you shouldn't you shouldn't bang her. It's basically the idea of preemptively screwing yourself. And that's what you do when you imply exclusivity. Let her figure out for herself that you are in demand by other chicks. Oh, but I'll lose them. Don't worry about it. You're spinning plates. Some plates are going to fall off. Some plates are going to be booty calls. Some plates are going to they're dating non-exclusively too. They might want exclusivity with you because you're higher and hotter, higher value and hotter than all the guys that she's with. So she's going to try to lock you down. But you need to imply with your actions that that's not going to happen, that I am with other women. That's what you need to imply with your actions. Be above board. You don't have to lie. And if you feel like you do, then what you're doing is you're playing a role. You aren't the game if that's the case. So don't try to, there's no reason to lie, especially now, especially in 2022 when women are like, well, he's a player. Well, he's a player that you still want to bang, and a lot of other women want to bang him too. So what are you in it for? Why are you in the game? Why are you doing what you're doing? Men should cheat. Well, you don't have to cheat if there's no exclusivity in the first place. That's what gets me is like when I talk about poly and when I talk about like non-exclusivity in women or men for that matter either, why be in a relationship at all? Well, I got a main and I got 4 sides. Why do you have a main? Why do you even put it into that framework? Why do you pretend? And maybe that's a question I think guys need to ask because they're the ones who have to invest, or they're the ones that women want to lock down if they're high value. You need to ask yourself this. You say why would I want to enter into a relationship that is a quote unquote poly relationship when it's in my better interests as a high value guy to just simply be unattached? Why? Especially if you're like 35, 36, 37 years old, you're hitting your sexual market value peak years, and some women want to give you the talk, right? She wants to give you the talk. Where is this going? Well, nowhere now because you're giving me the talk. But you need to ask yourself what it is that you want to do. Do you want to have a monogamous relationship? Well, then you got other protocol to follow. If not, you want to be more sexually selective, or you're not ready to get with this one girl because you got other girls in the rotation. Awesome. But you don't lie to them. You keep that's the thing. People think that the red pill or game, like being game savvy, is duplicitous. They think guys they're manipulative game players. No, it's all above board. Especially if you're on dating apps. Now You can't not be above board. If you got a Tinder profile, if you're on Hinge, you're on Bumble, you're on Instagram, and you're not posting, you're posting pictures of just you and your bros or whatever. If that's you, everybody is their own brand. I would have started that conversation with these guys with the Australian show. Everybody's brand. It's all brand management. That's why women want to hang on to their Instagram profiles. But again, it's this uncertainty. I might have a better option that comes down the line. So I want to make sure that my Instagram is still there. Okay, great. Well, if you're a guy and you're like, well, I feel like I'm lying to these girls because I'm non-exclusive with them, but these girls think that they're exclusive with me. Well, are you afraid that they wouldn't fuck you if they thought that? Because I'll tell you right, you just got to have the balls to like go and say, hey, look, I'm non-exclusive. I see other women. Take it or leave it. And if you're in a position of power, if you're in a position of like being high value enough that women will share, and women will share you. Women will share you. Trust me. Maybe not overtly. They won't go, oh, he's seeing Sherry and Jenny and Chrissy and this all at the same time. Like they're not going to say that. And they're certainly not going to make that public that they're sharing a guy. But as I said before, as women become more and more lonely and they have no use for men anymore, they're going to want dialable. Do you think that they're not going to say, oh, do you think they're going to go, oh yeah, I use dialable? They're not going to, that's not going to happen. They'll still do it. They'll still gladly share the alpha. It's again, pook, women would rather share a successful alpha than be saddled with a faithful beta. And in today's society, in a post-marriage world, they don't have to. Women hate beta men. They hate beta males. They hate them so much that they will go to 4 years of college or more, 8 years of college to get out of there, to get a job in a soul-crushing job to make X amount of money or to put themselves, build a business or whatever. They will do all of that because A, they don't trust men because they think they are either abusers or incompetent or they're just simply fucking ridiculous, right? They don't want to get with that guy. So they have to provide for their own future security. That's why they go through that. But furthermore, they do all that because they hate beta men with such a white hot visceral passion of 1,000 dying sons that they will go through that torture of not having to be approached by that guy, to never have to deal with a beta guy. That's what they will do. That's the extent. They will freeze their eggs indefinitely because they don't want to get with a beta male guy. They want the option not to take your name because they hate beta men. That's where am I wrong? Show me how I'm wrong. All I see is this happening. How am I wrong? Oh, I love beta men. No, you don't. You want him to make 58% more than you do. If you get a promotion, that's going to precipitate divorce. Why on earth would you ever want a husband, ladies? Why on earth would you ever need a man? And if that's the case, then why do you have a problem with non-exclusivity? Why? Why would you even have, guys, why would you even have a main? All of them are your mains. All of these girls, they could be your mains until you decide what you want to do. And that's up to you. And again, we live in a post-marriage world and we're trying to figure this shit out right now. And I wish you well. Via con Dios, man. I wish you well. I hope it works out for you. I don't know where it's going. I think probably dialable. Okay, let me keep going back here. What else did I miss? I missed Ryan Briggs. Sorry, my friend. I did not fully comprehend the fact that 90% of people are blue pill until I saw the comments on Jackie O's viral TikTok. Yes, absolutely eye-opening. You really? So, having seen that, Ryan, do you think the red pill's going mainstream? No.
Bye, Felicia.
It is not. Let me catch the rest of these here. By the way, Rollo Jackie O is a 2-time divorced, currently a single mother. Well, surprise. Jackie O is a divorcee. Of course she's upset. Of course she's bitter. And in all likelihood will not find a man and will not actually, God forbid you find a man. She doesn't need a man. She's been divorced twice, right? She doesn't need a guy. She wants a guy. What's that guy? Who's the guy she wants? Jason Momoa. Paul, $5. Deuteronomy 22:17. I'm going to read this. Okay, here we go. Where is it? Okay. These are the tokens of my daughter's virginity, and they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city. That is some damn good prose. Angel, I never send pics. I do not trust that. Good. Probably a good idea. By the way, if you've got the 5th book, there's one bold sentence on there that says, never send dick pics. Okay. Ladies, if you are wondering whether or not the player's handbook was for you or was going to like teach guys something, well, rest comfortably tonight. I made sure that made it into the book. Never send dick pics, guys. It's always a bad idea. There's always a digital trail, my friends. The Emperor 129. You want the guy at the hot foam cannon party. Best analogy ever. Thank you. That, by the way, is from the hot guy in the foam cannon party is from what is it? Iron Rule of Tomasi number 3, which is anytime if a woman makes you wait for sex or by her actions implies that she's making you wait for sex, the sex is never worth the wait. There's a bold answer. Would you like to do a whole hour show where you can hang up on me later? Rodrigo Carmo. Friend has started dating a girl, but he keeps on seeing other women despite saying he likes her. She thinks he is monogamous to her. Advice for him. Yes, stop fucking around. You don't need a main. If you think you need a main, you need to ask yourself why you think you need a main. Well, she's my girl right now, right? You're banging other chicks. Oh, okay. But why? Why would you even do that? First of all, why would you do that to her? If you really cared about her and you're like banging other girls, then why would you pretend to be monogamous and try to? It's like what did that girl say? It was like love bombing, future forecasting, right? Why? I'm not ethical reasons aside. I don't care what your position is morally or ethically on that whole thing. And logistically, it's stupid. Why would you like? I'm looking at this from a pragmatic sense. Why would you want a main? They're all your mains. That's just it. Coco Lols. I don't know if you answered it already. Skip if you have. Just curious how you came to select the cover for the new book. I know you put thought into the cover of the other books. This is why I ask. Oh, well, you want me to recover that again? I talked about it last Sunday when I showed you the cover of the book, which is this. This is the Rational Male Player's Handbook. And as I showed you before, the #1 bestseller in dating. Get it now. Okay, so the cover art right there is a piece of art by an artist. His name is Dave Laro, DAVELARO.com. If you bought the book, his website's already in the book. It's in the intro, and that's also on the back cover as well. Dave approached me way back, I think it was in June or July of last year, and he says, I heard you're doing a book on Player's Handbook or whatever, and I wanted to offer this to you. As a cover idea. And I held on to it and I got about halfway through the book and I go, yeah, this is going to work. So what this is it's like found art. It's really more of a sculpture. And the little guys that are on the bottom there with the billiard balls. The name of the piece is actually called Take a Number. And if you got to just go to davelaro.com and you can kind of get a grasp of what his art's really about. And he's a reader, he's a friend, he's a fan. So, but do go check that out. If you read the book and the inside of the book, you'll see that my little icon on the opening intro or the opening page is an 8-ball, which of course is something that I keep in the studio all the time. It's a theme. That's why. But I really love the work and I thought it was appropriate for the book, so that's why I used it. So there you have it. Let's see what else. What did you say? Verdun Horea says, could you read that 58% thing again? Because unless I'm mistaken, I don't think it's comparing men's income to women. It does. You have to, I'll give you the, if you would be so kind, Sam, will you put the link in the chat so Verdun can read the economically attractive Cornell University thing? I'll give it to you again. They published in the Journal of Marriage and Family. This new study reveals a significant scarcity of such potential male spouses. Lichter and fellow researchers developed estimates of the socio-demographic characteristics of unmarried women's potential spouses who resemble the husbands of otherwise comparable married women. These estimates were compared with the actual distribution of unmarried men at the national, state, and local levels. Now, this was the highlighted part. Women's potential husbands had an average income that was about 58% higher than the actual unmarried men currently available to unmarried women. That's what I'm getting at. So they're looking for the available one. So currently unavailable to the unmarried women. They were also 30% more likely to be employed and 19% more likely to have a college degree. This was like a compare. And by the way, this was back in January 2020, January 8th of 2020. And I know they did these analyses even earlier than that. I think it was in 2019, the latter half of 2019, because I did a show specifically about this with Pat Campbell on the Pat Campbell Show. But this is from Cornell University, and you'd have to read the whole thing. I don't really have the time to go through it. Do unmarried women face shortages of partners in the United States? That was the title of the whole thing. But Sam, if you'd be so kind as to put that link in the chat so they can have a look at that, because it's fascinating, actually. Let's see. Did I get to the rest of you guys? In addition, this is Thomas Anderson. In addition, men need to view social media as committing to an alcoholic or drug addict. If a woman cannot give up social media to make a family with a man who will provide, and then she is clearly an addict. Okay. Well, yeah. Again, social media is is akin to gambling addiction. I mean, for women, anyways. Okay, I got to Sancho. Let me keep going a little bit more. Okay, do go check that out. I was going to do there's an was it the story that says what happens when a married woman goes on Tinder? That's from The Cut. I mentioned that today. Channel 1800 Dumb says this is good. This is a good. I think you meant analysis. Amanuensis. Pat Campbell far too early. Yes, he did. He went too early. Thank you for that. Thank you for the kind words. Robert made me rich. I love this guy. Thanks, Josh. I'm sure he will appreciate that. What did Robert actually tell me? No. I can't get into that. I don't want to get too far. I don't want to show you. I can't do that. I was going to show you something Robert sent me, but I'm not going to do it. Guevara says the Aussies were more upset at them not accepting the blank slate more than anything. Yes. All the appeals to the blank slate in the full 28-minute argument were annoying. Fuck that. Pointless to the argument at that point. Yes, that's what's known as the diminishing returns. In fact, I'm glad you brought that up because I have this handy. This is the law of diminishing returns, which I think the most productive side of this thing probably happened in the first 3 minutes. Diminishing returns was really from the 3-minute point all the way up until about the 28-minute point. And then the negative returns, that's when Kyle flamed out. Keep that in mind. That there's a graph that you really need, Myron, is the law of diminishing returns graph. I need to also find the one where the apex fallacy one. I need to keep that handy. And yes, Red Pill Lions NFT is live. Go for it, my friends. You better get it now. I don't know if it's going to even last out the day, but do go check that out. Please pick that up. The Red Pill Lions NFT that we are the proceeds of which are going to great shows like this. We already have plans for a documentary. There's lots of other utilities that come along with that. Signed books, counseling one-on-one. I'm going to do some live chat stuff on the Discord. I also, the CME, I think we have a full ticket to the CME that's being given away. And I'm trying to think what else we had. We had some other stuff that was Rocky was talking about some new, we're going to do some post mint utilities as well. So now that it's out, we'll announce those very soon. So we got those utilities are now coming out. That's pretty cool. Anything else? I'm trying to see. And let's see. Oh, my attorney decided to text me. Well, thank you. My attorney decided to text me during the whole thing. She was laughing. I didn't mention you by name. Don't worry. I just said my attorney later or about midstream. Yes. So what did you guys get out of this? Oh. I wanted to throw that. I know why I didn't bring this up earlier. This was the state of relationships, marriages, and living alone in the United States. Maybe this is something that is ancillary to this. Where'd that go? Share the screen. And there it is. Okay. This is a good one. Okay. Last but not least, I wanted to put this out there because it completely discredits anything that these blank slate equalists have said. Okay. This is published on February 11th, 2020. So bear in mind, this is right after the US Census. Okay. What is the state of marriage in America? I'm just going to breeze through this. In 1949, 78.8% of all households contained married couples. In 2021, 72 years later, 47.3% of households had married couples. This is U.S. Census data. Okay? This is not, hey, those are just your stats, man. No, this is the real thing. This is what else? Give me, what else would you like me to use? Please. Both men and women are marrying later in life. How many times have I said this? Based on the census data compiled since 1890, the median ages of first marriage were at their youngest in 1956, just over 22 for men and 20 for women. In 2019, those figures were at their oldest, over 30 for men and 28 for women. What's changed since then, Jackie O and Burl Ives or Kyle? What's changed? Tell me what's changed. Where am I wrong? Where is Myron wrong? How do marriage rates compare? So, actually, it should be that your co-host. Oh, well, men are still going to wife us up. Oh, really? And when are they going to do that? When you are 30 and actually, it's almost 29. By the way, it's almost 29 for women right now. 28.6. And for men, it's 30.4. I think this is the monthly thing, but 28 points, almost 29 for women. Yeah. You wonder why the fertility rate's low? There you go. Hispanic man. Okay. Now it goes down by racial or ethnicity. Man, black men. Hispanic and black men are less likely to be married than Asian and white men. Yeah. Let's see. Black men are the likeliest to have never been married. Whew, look at that, man. Fucking over 50%. What is that? What's the 51.75%. Wow. Black women are less likely to be married than women of other demographics. What is that set at? 32 point. Wow, almost a third. Almost a third of black women are not married right now. As of 2021, 3 in 10 women have never been married. And this is all, I would just do the all women. So 3.55%, just about a third. Okay, 3 in 10 women have never been married. Oh, we don't need you. We don't need men. The number of unmarried men and women increased during the same time. In 2019, 35% of men and 30% of women have never been married. In 1990, 30% of men and 23% of women have never been married. So what's causing this? Where was the big shift? When did that happen? Let's see. The share of currently married fell 15 percentage points between 1950 and 2021. You guys just want to be 1950s chauvinist pig. This isn't Father Knows Best. Okay. Because clearly men just have women there's 50 women for every 20 guys that are just having women just beat down the doors for them, right? Percentage of people living alone in one person households. This is what I wanted to get at. Here it was. 11.1% of people are like living alone. And by the way, that doesn't mean that they don't necessarily have a boyfriend or girlfriend. It just means that they're living alone. What does census data say about same-sex marriage? Okay, we talked about it. It's kind of like irrelevant to our thing, but we can also look at this. Actually, I shouldn't say it's irrelevant. The agency estimated that there were 568,000 married same-sex couples nationwide in 2019. That is under a million people, under a million homosexuals are married in a population that last estimate, I believe it was 320 million. Is that what we're at right now? So that's the demographic cohorts. when it comes to marriage. Again, I just work here. I report, you decide. And that's the way it ought to be, right? I think. All right. Last chats here. Sorry, let me back up a little bit. I got to go back up to that orange one. John. Where's the other one? Where's that orange one? There was a good one up here. I'll just read it. Hold on. Austin Feldman says, I've been watching you and FNF for a min, and it has been eye-opening how many guys really embrace the blue pill mentality. Yes, I think red pill needs to go mainstream and shake some feathers. Well, we are trying, my friend. It's not for a lack of trying. People just don't want the message. I'm sorry to say. I feel like Jonah. I got spit out by the whale, and the Lord said, go preach against Nineveh. That's what I'm doing. John Schmidt, I deleted my Instagram because I had abundance with women. Oh, good. Then once deleted, I realized how important Insta was to the modern woman, so I made a new account. Haha, must evolve, as you say. Yeah, I think it's important for guys to have an Instagram account. If you're a single dude and you're in the game, definitely. You would be putting yourself at a severe disadvantage. However, don't rely on it. That should not be your only thing. Talking to Kazakh girl from Kazakhstan, girl 29. She mentioned that she needs some more to develop more. She says she needs a master's degree to develop herself and help parents. Rollo, when will girls finally stop developing? When will girls finally stop developing? When they can no longer facilitate things, when they no longer have options. I've come to learn that I don't need those jerks anymore. I'm done with the jerks. She's done developing right around 31. Just go ask Coco Butte. I really want to have her on. Should I have Coco Butte on? Okay, we're at 4-hour mark. I'm about to close the show. Sorry. I know I shouldn't have gone 4 hours, but I did. So what did we learn today? What have we learned? What's at the end of all of this? Right. And I was going to say, like, people keep asking me about, like, you know, what's the future of man? What's the future of mankind? I'd use that song if I didn't think I'd get a copyright strike. Good question. But I can tell you where it's not. I could tell you one of the reasons why you have this conflict and why this actually makes for some pretty good podcasts and radio shows and stuff, and why people get off on the emotional high of this is because it's feels before reels. Yes. But the reason why we're even having this conversation is because everybody is like bashing their emotionalist heads against a rationalist wall right now. As we go further into the 21st century and I shrivel up and die and blow away eventually, right around 2060, somewhere around there, I hope I live 100 years. How cool would it be? I'm gonna go out at 2068. That'll be 100 years. I was born in 1968, so 2068. I got till then. I'm gonna live to 100. I'm gonna pull a Betty White on all you guys. I'm gonna be a pain in your ass until I'm 100 years old. Actually, I'll die on the last day before my birthday at 99. How's that? I'll do that. But I will predict this. Thoughts on one-sided relationships? Open on guys' side, of course. Well, I will explain this to you. Open relationships are never real relationships. End of story. It's not a relationship. Why would you? Why would you have an open-ended? Why would you not just spin plates? It's simpler. Logistically, it's simpler. Why do you? Because you could catch feelings for a girl, right? That's the obvious answer. But you need to answer that for yourself. Oh, I really love this girl, but I want to bang other girls. Yeah, okay. Then why not just have them all as mains or have them all as sides? Why go through all that emotional, like those gymnastics and everything? Why go through all the rationalizations? Why go through why? If you're going to be monogamous, be monogamous. If you're going to spin plates. Hey, don't fuck around in between. It's kind of silly. I don't know why. And the guy, most of the people, by the way, I think it was it Rolf Dengen? He had some research about how it is that when they're in couples are in poly relationships or thruples or whatever the hell, quadruples or talking about. The partner that had the most to gain from that situation is usually the one that liked it the most. And of course, who can leverage a poly relationship the best, a man or a woman? Who has more opportunity, a man or a woman? The woman. Simple as that. They spread your legs. The women are the ones who are the selectors. That's how it is. So stop fooling yourself. Just freaking be non-exclusive. Why complicate? It's like Rich Cooper. Why do you complicate your life? What do you think about open line? Okay, got to you. And then lastly, what was the one I wanted to get to? Was it this one? Here it is. What do you think about the coming famine? Not trolling. We are 9 meals away from anarchy. I paid $6 for 2 cans of soup the other day. Wow, whole $6, huh? Wages aren't going up. I genuinely think something bad is coming. Well, or you can do like the Mormons and stock up 2 years worth of food in your storage facility. All right, I'm done. Thank you guys for watching. I very much appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. I really do. So the Red Pill Lions NFT is live. Go get it now get it while it's hot, because it is exploding way beyond whatever we thought it was going to be. So, and then again, now comes the shit or get off the pot for Rollo Tomassi here. This will be something that I am married to for the rest of my brand, to the rest of my days. Okay. So I wouldn't do this if I didn't believe in it. I wouldn't do this if I'm not going to abandon you. There's no freaking rug pull. There's none of that bullshit. Okay. I'm doing this because I paired and partnered with Kevin Savo and Rocky because I want to see them do great things. I want to see me do great things. I want to see you guys do great things. So the money that we make, that we generate from this, goes back into Red Pill projects. Very much like, World of Women and whatever. God only knows what they're actually doing with the money from those NFTs. But also, we're helping you guys out. We've already had people sell our NFTs, sell Red Pill Lion NFTs from the pre-sale for a hefty profit. Go look at Kevin Savo's Instagram feed and you'll see what we're talking about. We've had people who have already sold some of their, well, not all of them, but some of their NFTs for 3 or 4, maybe 10 times. I'm not really sure what the numbers are at this point, because I don't know where we just had the drop not even 9 hours ago, not even that, 5 hours ago. 5 hours ago. But anyways, we'll be doing a report, an after action report on that at some point, I'm sure. But do go check that out if you're into it. And again, we had to postpone it about 12 hours because we wanted to wait for the gas charges to kind of lower down, because Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT dropped at midnight on May 1st. And we had no idea that was happening. So rather than screw you guys out of a lot of gas charges, we just held off for 12 hours, but it's available now. Go for it. You probably already have if you haven't got the pre-buy, if you didn't do the pre-buy or you weren't on the white list, doesn't matter. Go get it now. If you want to join us on Discord, you can see the link is down below. It's one of the I think it's the first or the second one down there. Get that. Book 5 is available. It's in the wild now. To answer your questions, I probably should have said this at the beginning of the show, but to answer your questions, yes, the Audible book will be coming soon. Most likely mid-June, I think, somewhere around there. So that's the next project. Also, I am working on a hardcover version of the first book right now. So that is also incoming this year. I got a lot of projects this year. I am a very busy man. Very busy man. I'll be at the CME on the 16th. I'll be in Miami the 16th through the 23rd. That is coming up soon. Tomorrow, I am going to have John from Modern Life Dating and Donovan Sharp on this here show. Most likely it will be about 8 p.m. Eastern, because I want to take it easy on John because he's in Japan. So I don't want him to be too unrested, because he usually has to get up really early. Also, if you are part of the Masculine Empowerment Network teachable course that he's doing, by the way, you can go get those tickets. I'll have a link for you by tomorrow's show, because I think the enrollment's still open until midnight on tomorrow. So that's coming up. But I will be doing a talk on Cinco de Mayo on the 5th of May at 9 a.m. Eastern. That will be in the Masculine Empowerment Network, and I'll be talking about the red pill, game, and psychology. So that will be, I actually get to go and do a talk. So you can look forward to that. I am also at the Collective, which is in Dallas, Texas. That will be the 14th and 15th, the weekend before the CME for George Gammon. I expect I will probably be on George's show at some point, either this week or next. So look out for that. I will let you know when that comes. Rule Zero. I am hosting Rule Zero on Saturday of this coming weekend. So you can come and get that here. I'm so busy. I'm glad I took a week off. If you've been following me on Instagram, you'll see that me and Ned went to the river. We went to the Truckee River and we went to the lake. I got pictures of him at the lake. Man, I love it when he loves the lake, by the way, even when it's freezing ass cold like it is right now. So it just got done about it. I spent 4 days in Lake Tahoe, came back, and now I'm back on the horse again. So also, last but not least, I am doing one-on-one private counseling. I'm getting back into it again because I'm done with the book now and I got time to do counseling. So I'm taking on a limited number of guys for one-on-one. If you want to get in on the group counseling, that is through Patreon. Just go to my Patreon site. The link again is in the description down there. I have a $200 per month tier where you get a 2-hour once a month. I guess it's a conference, like a Zoom conference kind of thing. It's the Rational Male conference call for whatever month it happens to be. We have 15 guys on that right now. And I'm closing it at 25. So I got room for 10 more. If that's cool, if you don't want to do one-on-one, or if you're okay with that, we have a really great group of guys. And I look forward to it every month. So I do it once a month. I try to make it as convenient as possible. Usually it's towards the middle or the end of the month. I usually try to make it like a Wednesday or a Thursday. And it's usually right around 6 p.m. Eastern time, depending on what everybody's schedules are. So I try to make it as convenient as possible. And then it's just interaction. It's great. It's a good community. So check that out. It's on my Patreon. It's the top tier. It's the $200 tier. And then I will get you guys in. So that is that. I have to go talk to my good friend Robert Kiyosaki because he's been texting me this whole show. My goodness. Okay. I guess he must have something he wants to tell me. Let's see. Anybody else? I think that is it. All right, guys. Again, Red Pill Lions NFT. It made the drop. Go get it right now. And let's see. I will see ya. Preceding podcast was The Rational Male, all rights reserved, copyright 2022.